putting him on the spot. But he's a professional, so he knows what he's doing.
Honey, good morning, everyone. Miigwech for your patience as we get started today. So my name is Lawrence Sinose. I am a board member for Naudamagajik, and just like to welcome you to our Wikwemikong Energy Symposium for the next 2 days. So thank you for being here. Just want to welcome all of our guests, all of our speakers, and we're really looking forward to learning about our energy and how we're moving forward as a community and how we're going to move forward in the years to come. And I think that's pretty much it for now. And I think, as always, we like to start off with a prayer or Thanksgiving as well. So if everyone could stand, and I'll start off in a good way. So we just want to say miigwech to the Creator, miigwech for the beautiful day, the change in seasons, and bringing us together for this conference as we look forward and moving and working together. Now, how miigwech? And I'll send it back to our MC so we can get started.
All right, miigwech Lawrence, miigwech Wikwemikong kina atso kana ge na we do kazot mampi. So good morning again. So we have an agenda here today that we're going to be talking a little bit about climate change. We're going to hear a presentation from Dr. David Pearson here shortly. But we're also going to be hearing from the Hydro One networks, and they're going to share a lot of their programs and their services that they do offer to the communities as well as the users of that service. And then we're going to be hearing from some of our guests from our neighboring communities that are going to talk about what they do within their roles as community energy champions. And they're going to be sharing some of their experiences as well as what they're currently undertaking on behalf of their communities to address some of their energy needs and their energy wishes. So we're going to welcome them here later this afternoon. Then we're going to be hearing a presentation from Sue Manitowabi on Wikwemikong's own community energy plan and its planned updates to share with the community. And then we will, later today, we will be hearing about a solar boat project. And I'm hoping it goes 60 miles an hour and can go all day because I do like fishing and boating, and I'm very interested to see exactly what that project can do because the technology is out there. It's catching up to all of our wishes and needs, and you're going to be hearing a lot of the presentations about what is available to communities to consider over the next coming years and to also consider some of your investments. And it is timely for you to consider those because we are in some uncertain times in relation to climate changes that are happening clear across the country. We know that it has an impact on wildlife, it has an impact on our food sources, it has an impact on our energy needs and requirements because those that do pay attention do know that the seasons have essentially shifted a little bit. Water levels are increasing and decreasing. We never used to see the water levels increase for 40, 50 years, but now they're increasing and decreasing at a more frequent level. And I've seen it in the last 10 years, where 10 years ago it was at its highest levels, and now it's back down to its lowest levels again. So the fluctuations of that as a result of climate change are very real if you pay attention. And I think that's one of the things that we're going to hear a little bit about from our first presenter here, Dr. David Pearson from Laurentian University, that's going to be sharing some of the tools and strategies that you can consider when developing your community energy plans and determining what your energy needs are going to be coming into the future. So with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. David Pearson. Miigwech.
I'm good with the internet. This is a regular signal that comes up. Let me just get this out of the way on my screen. Where's that? Yep, I'll carry the mic actually, I think. No, it's all good. All good, all good. I just need to get rid of this crazy thing that's on my screen here, and I can't find my cursor. Where's it gone? But what you're seeing is what I want you to see. No, that doesn't work anymore. It's an old laptop. So, but that's odd. Anyway, what you're seeing on the screen there is what I want you to see, and I'm going to forget what's on my screen and simply work with that one. So I have a lot to pack in this morning, and I do want to emphasize how closely climate change and energy needs, energy production, energy requirements fit together like hand in glove. And I do want to encourage those of you who are energy champions to become climate change champions in your communities as well. It's not the first time that I've stressed that message to energy champions, and I want to emphasize it again today. Part of the reason that we're in trouble with our climate is the way that we have produced energy, and we've wasted energy in the past. And we need to become much more intelligent, and we need to become much more sensible users of available technology, like some of the technology that is being talked about over there and over on this side by Alex and his homes, where it is very important not to waste the energy that we produce. So the two go hand in hand, and I do think that the conversations that you have with communities, as you engage your community members in your 5 satellite communities, it's very important to fit the two together. So I want to tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do, partly because I think that we may be able to be helpful in your future discussions from our little team up north on climate at Laurentian. And so telling you a little bit about who we are, and using this photograph that I was so pleased to take in KI about 5 or 6 years ago when we were up there and the northern lights were really displaying quite beautifully. So this is our team, and it's not just the team at Laurentian, which are the 4 people that you see at the top who make up north on climate, but also representatives of the tribal councils that you see at the bottom there, Grand Council Treaty 3, and then 5 tribal councils across the north. They are our team, and in fact, if I weren't here this morning, Wednesday mornings at 10 o'clock are when we have a regular Zoom call between all of those on the screen that you see here to speak about climate change news from their communities and for us to talk about potential climate change projects. Because we are, as you'll see from the right-hand top corner there, and I realize that from a distance you can't read these words, so that PICA is Partnership for Indigenous Climate Change Adaptation, and that's an informal partnership, what we call a partnership of convenience. Nobody's signed any obligations. There's nothing legal about it. We're a partnership of convenience, meaning that when it's advantageous to work together, we work together. So, for example, up north on climate is working with the Nokiwan Tribal Council on some adaptations in their communities, and we have some other projects, some other irons in the fire to do with indigenous food sovereignty, for example. Food sovereignty, in other words, using seeds that have that really belong to the indigenous community. They have their indigenous heritage seeds. So we're working on that potential as well as a couple of other projects that I'll be able to tell you more about when they've been announced in the future. So we're a team that is very aware, after more than 14 years of working with First Nation communities and tribal councils, about how to build relationships and how to build trust and how to work together. Collaboration is the key word for what we do. And if you go back to the title slide, if you were able to read it, you would see that that our work is focused on capacity building, creating capacity in communities and in tribal councils, so that when we're gone, the knowledge and the experience is there for work to continue. This is just a little bit more about Pika, and you can see the logo on the middle left there. That logo was designed as a result of a competition, and it was won by a 17-year-old young man from Wabakika. He won the competition, he won the prize, and part of what that exemplifies is the allegiance that we have and the working relationship we have with youth across the North too. Youth are very important. That's why we're here, why I work to increase the capacity of communities to deal with climate change, because it's the youth, it's the next generation and the generation after that which will suffer most if we don't get our act together. And I use we in a very broad global sense here, not just those of us in the audience today, because you know as well as I do that what Wiki does is not going to make a huge difference, because you're not an industrial community like a Chicago or like a big industrial community that produces most of the pollution which is affecting the atmosphere that's causing the climate change today. Part of what we're doing at Up North on Climate is developing what we call this Pika GeoHub. In other words, the partnership of Indigenous climate change adaptation hub, a one-stop shop for all the information that a community would need or a tribal council would need in order to engage in discussion with communities in their region. It's only just beginning. It takes a lot of time, and at the moment, to be quite frank, we're a bit short of funds for this work. But it's very important that it be easy for those of you who are planning for climate change and energy considerations, and how you produce energy and how you use energy, we think is part of adapting to the climate of the future. Your needs will be dictated by the climate of the future. There needs to be easy access to that information, and we're trying to pull together government information as well as information from report sources, so that the beginning of climate change adaptation in a community is not doing a vast literature search. Just click on the GeoHub. But it's hard to get funding for projects like this at the moment, especially in Ontario, so it's slow progress at the moment. This is a slide that I use, and if you were close enough to read it, you would be able to see that the area that I've circled in red here is emphasizes the connection between climate change and energy. And in fact, the reason that I use it is that this was a slide that was produced by IESO, the Independent Energy Systems Operator. You probably know ISO. And I see somebody writing notes there. You can have all these slides afterwards if you want them. Just send me your email and I'll send you the slides. And what that does is, off their bat, from an energy point of view, point out the connection between climate change and energy. And I've rambled on enough about this now, but I do want to emphasize that it's not just looking at it from the climate change point of view that one sees the connection. What goes into adaptation planning? Adaptation planning involves absolutely everywhere, every time, looking at the climate of the future. You cannot adapt to the future unless you research it and you draw the best information that you can about what the future will be like. And predicting the social future and the economic future is tough enough. Predicting the science future, at least we have pretty good science tools. Modeling is the way that the name that we give to it. One can put in the relationships that science has come to understand between the temperature of the oceans and the temperature of the air above and the air masses and how they move and so forth. A lot of that work by thousands of scientists has gone into constructing these models. And they are uncertain. but they are a good tool for understanding the future. And I'm going to show you some projections for Wiki from the Climate Atlas of Canada, which predict some of those, or project some of those futures, including very hot days, which in your case, because you're an island surrounded by water, will not be as great as even up in Sudbury or Wikwemikong or certainly not Toronto and Chicago. But the increase in heat stress for elderly people in your communities and for very young will increase. That will have implications for the availability of air conditioning, which of course has implications for energy production and the consistency of energy production. And so there are guidelines for adaptation planning that we can provide you with. We could spend all day going through slides of the evidence for a more intense occurrence of extreme climate weather, extreme weather. But I just want to show you this one. The fires in Alberta are part of the story of climate change, a longer fire season, an earlier start to the fire season, but also, and this is important, and it's important in your communities just as it was in theirs, most of the Alberta fires, at least in the first few weeks, were human caused. Human caused. And that can happen simply because somebody is out on a quad, the leaf litter is very dry, it gets onto the engine of the motor of the quad and begins to smolder, and it falls off, and that smoldering turns into a fire. It's not people throwing away their cigarettes, although some people still do that. It's not so much burning material in garbage dumps, although that happens as well and can spread, and I've been in communities where that's happened. And it's not losing control of prescribed burning, although that happens, but prescribed burning is a sensible way of reducing the likelihood of communities being affected by wildfire. You know, probably better than I do, that prescribed burning was banned actually in Ontario. It was and still is, an indigenous method of controlling the spread of fire in the future. And after consideration of the value of that was in the stories of First Nations, prescribed burning has been reintroduced as a useful way of controlling future fires. But it has to be done carefully, obviously, otherwise it can spread. So it's very important not just to be paying attention to what climate change is doing to temperatures and to the occurrence of lightning storms and so forth and the length of the season. It's important to be making people in communities aware of how easy it is when conditions are dry to start a fire inadvertently, accidentally, by not being careful. And whether that's accidentally or whether that's through not being thoughtful is another question. And that's what the smoke looked like. And the smoke is a serious health hazard. The smoke particles are very, very small. They spread very, very easily, and you will be sniffing those particles in the next few days. They're not going to be a huge health hazard in your community, but they sure are in the communities in the neighborhood of the Alberta and Saskatchewan fires. Those particles will kill people. They'll kill people, especially those who have asthma and other lung diseases. They're very, very small, and they penetrate not just into the lungs, but they will get into the bloodstream, and they will even pass into to where the bloodstream goes, which includes the brain. So those smoke particles are just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than fire. We think of the flames, but we tend to forget the smoke, which is why the first evacuations from communities like Wikwemikong and so forth that have been frequently, I think Wikwemikong was evacuated 2 times over the last about 4 years. That's why the first people evacuated are the elderly and those with lung conditions. Because if they stay in the community, breathe that smoke, it can be game over. And that's what Calgary looked like, and you can imagine the impact on Calgarians. And this headline has come out in the last week as a result of a report, and we don't want to talk about exactly what the report was, the implications and the data behind it. Basically what that report said was that we haven't done enough since the commitment by 196 nations in 2015 to reduce the pollution that's changing the atmosphere, that is allowing sunlight in, but not allowing the warmth of a cooling Earth at night to escape back into the atmosphere like it did before we began polluting the atmosphere at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, maybe 170 years ago. It emphasizes the seriousness of the situation for our kids and our grandkids in the future. But it does not say there isn't hope. There is hope. And we have some of the technology, and some of it is in batteries, some of it is in the technology used in building homes. We have the technology. And furthermore, the costs are coming down. The cost of solar panels, as well as the efficiency of solar panels, has skyrocketed just in the last 10 years. If we put our mind to it, we're pretty smart. Pretty smart. You know, we dealt with a hole in the ozone layer that Brian Mulrooney was very influential in influencing with international discussions. When was it? In the 1970s. We can do this. We dealt with acid rain. And if you want to hear a good story about being able to use technology as well as people power to deal with environmental damage, come to Sudbury. Look at the 13 million trees that we've planted. Look at the technology that's been implemented in the 4 generations now of smelter technology. If we can do it with smelter technology, we can do it with the technology that's producing pollution for the atmosphere at the moment in industrial settings. So I don't want you to take headlines like this, meaning that it's game over, that more and more creatures will become extinct, and that life for our kids will become more and more impossible. There are people who are deciding not to have children. I think that's overreaction. But if we do have children, like I and my wife have, then we have to work in order to make that their future be more tolerable. That's who we're working for, not for us. I want to just show you some pictures of the Earth today, the global climate today. And maybe I need to try to get to the screen to point this out. So you can see, I think, the colors on the screen here. And part of what you'll see is this blue. This is cold air coming down from the Arctic, almost reaching Manitoulin, almost reaching us today, but not quite. It's coming down from the Arctic, and the pole is just about up here, the North Pole, coming down from the Arctic in a sort of a bulge of cold air. And this is today's minimum temperature. So we're going to be, if you looked at the scale here, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 or 3 degrees. Probably last night was the minimum temperature. You can see here, though, that there's a bulge of warm air over Lake Winnipeg, heading up into the Northwest Territories, Great Slave Lake even. That's warm air that's bulging up. And you can see the same on this side, too. So there's a bulge of cold, a bulge of warm, and another bulge of warm here. And a huge bulge of warm following the warmth of the Atlantic Ocean up to the north. That's what the boundary between cold air and warm air in our spring and our winter looks like now. And I need to go back to change the slide here. It's a very curved boundary. When I was a kid, it didn't look quite like that. And I'm going to show you what it looked like when I was a kid. Now, part of the reason for the cold air continuing to bulge down, and for your summers here, your days here right now, and your summer in the future being quite cool, is that there's still ice on Hudson Bay. Hudson Bay is still ice covered. And what happens when air blows over ice? It's cooled, right? Because it's trying to melt the ice. And the ice is, in fact, gradually thinning on Hudson Bay. But it's still pretty cold. And there's still some cold water left on the north side of Lake Superior. But Huron is totally melted, but the water is still cool. So part of what influences your climate in a season like this is what's going on in Hudson Bay, but also the coolness of the water in the Great Lakes. That's why your springs are cooler than what we experience in Sudbury, certainly cooler than places like Timmins and Toronto and so forth, and why your summers are rather more tolerable and comfortable. And you could be advertising this to tourists. I'm sure that you do. You might not put it in climate change terms, but you sure do emphasize that summers in the Bayside Resort, which I stayed in last night, which is a wonderful place, I must say. I took photographs so that I could show them to my wife and say, we got to come here for a bit of vacation. Anyway, that's some advertising, free advertising for Bayside Resort. And this is another one, and I'm not going to show you a whole lot of these, but I do want to make this point about the influence of Hudson Bay. This is the maximum temperature for the day, and the warm air is pushing north, pushing the cold air back. But if you look at the colors here, you'll see that the Great Lakes are still they're green, which means that they're warm, and they're beginning to warm up. And you know, Lake Superior, by the end of the summer, will have warmed up to about 11, 12 degrees. People swim in Lake Superior in the late summer and the fall. I don't particularly like swimming in 10 degrees, I must admit, or 11 degrees. But things are changing. And you will find that if you talk to your elders, which is a very important part of adaptation planning, a very important part of adaptation planning is gathering the stories of your elders. They will reflect some of these sorts of changes. Another point that's worth remembering is that there are parts of the, we read about average temperature, and those headlines about reaching 1.5 degrees increase in the average global temperature, it doesn't tell the story. Because averages are, you know what averages are, they're the best in the class and the worst in the class, etc., averaged out. What does it tell you? Well, when you look at the global temperature and you average it, you forget or you neglect, you don't see the temperatures, the extreme temperatures under which tens of millions of people are living. Look at this belt in Africa, over into Arabia and then into India. And if you look at the scale here, this is today, right? This is not high summer. This is not June the 21st. This is still May. And they're already living in temperatures that are between 40 and 50 degrees. 40 and 50 degrees. You've never experienced those sorts of temperatures in Ontario. Not those sorts of temperatures. Not in May. These are extremes that are creating unlivable conditions. What do you grow in those sorts of degrees? Nothing. What can survive? What plants can survive? What trees can survive? Nothing. These are where the people who live will become climate refugees. And that's part of the future too. We already have, I don't remember the last number I read, but certainly in the tens of millions of climate refugees already because of the severity of the conditions that they're living under. So when you see a number like 1.5 degrees for the average increase in global temperature, it seems like nothing. The average temperature in Canada has actually gone up more than that. We've gone up by about 1.9 degrees. And in the Arctic, we've gone up, well, in the Hudson Bay and into the subarctic, into the Arctic, we're going up at between 2 and 3, even in some places 4 times the global average. So the story, when we read about the global average and we hear about the global average, it's disguising the extremities, which are those that are making environmental refugees unlivable conditions. And what I'm doing here is emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, but again, not wanting to make you think it's hopeless. What it should do, and what it does to our little team at Laurentian and the bigger team of PICA, is to make us redouble our efforts to improve the well-being of those communities that we work with. This is the map of the tribal councils and their communities that we're working with at the moment in the north of Ontario. I call it the forgotten half of Ontario. It's forgotten until somebody finds mineral deposits, and then suddenly the north is remembered. And suddenly there's a lot of talk. There should be more community development action and more attention to community well-being. And I wish to heck it came along before there were mineral deposits found. But the finding of mineral deposits does create the opportunity for relationship building, and it does create the opportunity for improving the quality of life of people in communities that can benefit from the use of those resources. And part of what I'll be doing at the end of this week on Friday is actually chairing a session emphasizing the importance of indigenous geology, mineral deposit, and community and industrial extraction of mineral deposits, emphasizing the importance of relationship building, respectful relationship building, listening, reciprocal relationship building, co-creating, collaborating, co-designing, working together in a real way, not just consultation, which is a wishy-washy word that has come to mean nothing. Anyway, part of what in our work we've done is we've exemplified and worked collaboratively right from the beginning of the work. And you're seeing a picture here of Xavier Saguch, sadly passed in November of 2001, but a wonderful elder from Yubmatung, or Fort Hope First Nation, one of the first people I met in the north about 15 years ago now. Xavier and I spent a long time, and I don't just mean an hour or two, I mean 2 or 3 hours on 3 or 4 successive days in the restaurant near the airport in Yubmatung, working on questions, and you can't see them on the right-hand side there, and you don't need to read them. Questions that were then asked in communities across the north by a community member whom we paid, and the elders and knowledge holders who spoke with that person were given honoraria. And that enabled us to gather the information for what we call climate change vulnerability reports, the 24 reports that I think I mentioned earlier, which are the kind of reports that you could develop for your communities, and which we developed for, as I say, 24 across the north, and we triggered, we provided the guidelines for another 13 in Grand Council Treaty 3. And the report on the left there is a photo of the front page of one. Those are confidential reports for the communities. This was not data used by students for writing theses. These reports were confidential to the community. We didn't even provide them to their tribal councils. It was up to them who they provided them with. This was community knowledge. It belonged to the community. We gathered it. We combined it with Western knowledge to produce these reports. And those are the principles with which we've worked, and you should expect from people who you work with. We produce tables like this, and you can't see them, the words here. You might not even be able to see the red ones. Basically what we did, from the left-hand side of a spreadsheet like this, we put the answers to the questions, which were deliberately phrased, and the reason that I worked with Xavier to phrase those questions was that what we wanted to catalyze, we wanted to stimulate stories from knowledge holders and elders. We weren't looking for what you might say facts, like scientists might look for facts. We were looking for stories, the observations of community members. They went down the left-hand side. Then we put in information that we had about extreme rain events or extreme events of one kind or another. Then we put in the projections for climate change projections. We had some discussion with people in communities about what they saw as the risks. But the right-hand column, which is the column for communities to decide what their priorities are, was left empty for community meetings. And then COVID came along, and we got sliced off. And we're just beginning to pick up again, and that's some of the work that we're going to be doing with the Nokiwan communities, for example, for whom we wrote reports for all of their 5 community members. So we'll be picking up on these, but one can't, and I don't need to stress this for you, one can't take a spreadsheet like this into a community meeting and expect to engage people in discussion. So what we've done is we've developed what you see here, these what we call sketch graphics. And I have some of them here to leave behind and give to people who are interested. What we call sketch graphics that bring climate change down to the ground. To make it personal, the sketch graphics are graphics that depict a community. So people in a meeting like this, preferably not laid out like a school classroom, but in a semicircle, not to criticize the arrangement of the tables. And by the way, this is the only time that I can be in a hockey arena and stand up on my 2 feet, so it's a good feeling. Anyway, however the tables are arranged. But my point is that these are accessible, friendly graphics. And we learned that graphics like this work because of the years that we spent talking with elders and visiting communities and writing these vulnerability reports and so forth. These work. Community members can relate to these. And they're not intended to provide answers. We don't go in to provide answers. We go in to stimulate discussion. Part of what we do also is inevitably one does need to get into something about why climate is changing and what is changing. And what I'm showing you here, and you can even see without reading the words, you can see the blue air at the top, which is the Arctic air, blue for cold, and the green and the yellow air masses that are south of that. And it's that boundary that I was referring to earlier when I was showing you the global maps. It's that curved boundary which is changing. When I was a kid, it was like the boundary you see on the left. The boundary between that Arctic air and the warmer air to the south was like a hat. It was roughly circular, but it isn't like that anymore. As I showed you this morning, it's very convoluted. And those convolutions are bringing cold air south. I talked to Texans who suddenly found they were covered by snow a couple of years ago. That was because of cold Arctic air coming down in one of those bulges to the south. And there are also bulges that go to the north. This is what that boundary looked like this morning. We call this a jet stream. And it's not the best one, but you know, you can't control the jet stream. You've got to take what you get, and this is what we got this morning. But you can see that bulge of warm air spreading up across Lake Winnipeg, which is here. I mentioned that was warm. It's much warmer than Sudbury and you. And here is cold air bulging down. And why is it bulging down? Well, as I mentioned, it's because of the ice still on Hudson Bay. That's why it's bulging down. And here's the bulge of warm water from the Gulf of Mexico spreading up into the Atlantic Ocean and keeping my hometown, I'm a settler, as you I'm sure have realized, from Northern England, from Newcastle, with a football team that's doing damn well at the moment, actually. We've just qualified for the Champions League in England, in Europe, I should say. Are you trying to run me off? No? You know, when you see the boss looking in I'm looking at the clock here. The agenda says I've got till 11:15. Is that okay? That's okay. I got the thumbs up from the boss. So, and this is what that jet stream, that curved jet stream, looked like when I was at a conference in Thunder Bay, staying in the Valhalla Inn. For any of you know the Valhalla Inn, somebody else was paying the bill. I usually stay in a cheaper place than the Valhalla. But and that's what the jet stream looked like. And you can see Lake Superior there, and you can guess where that Thunder Bay was on the warm side with the bulging air coming from the south. But and that's what it looked like looking out of the window of the Valhalla Inn. There, the geese were having a field day, and it looked gorgeous. And that's what it looked like on the other side of the jet stream. So if ever you need convincing that the jet stream is an important boundary, it sort of hangs almost like a curtain from the height that jet planes fly from 10 kilometers up. And it's a soft dividing line between air masses. And that's the kind of contrast that there is. And if you can imagine winter roads, for example. Winter roads are becoming shorter in their season, as you will have heard, even though winter roads are not as important here as they are up in Webber and in the north. The winter roads are deteriorating, not so much because of the average temperature of the winter, but because of the warm pulses of air coming up from the south, deteriorating the surface of the road. I went up the James Way Winter Road up to Attawabascat about 4 years ago. There was a hockey team that had come down from Attawabascat to the provincial tournament, which happens every year. It's just over. This is in March, and they couldn't get back on time, not because the ice had got too thin to carry the vehicles, but because the surface had been deteriorated. It had become so soft and slushy because of that warm air pulsing north. That's the kind of climate change impact that's making a difference to winter roads. Anyway, this is an example, and you're looking at Turtle Island here, obviously, and you're looking up to Hudson Bay, colored in light blue, meaning it's warm air pushing up. And up to Fort 7. What is it looking like in Fort 7? Well, the average temperature in Fort 7 at this time of year is about -10, but it was +9. And what had it done? And this is March. It rained in Fort 7. What you're looking at there are puddles, which were great for the kids. They got their kayaks out and practiced their paddling. But it wasn't so good for the water treatment plant, which is the red building here, which is damn nearly flooded by water that had drained off the surface of the frozen ground, just like the whole of the community was a concrete parking lot, and filled that ditch. And the ditch wasn't draining because the culverts had been frozen up with debris, with cardboard boxes and branches and leaves and so forth, frozen up. So part of this is an example of where adaptation and understanding of climate change fit. If a community, and I don't want to pick on Fort 7, but in a community where winter rain is becoming more frequent, doesn't keep its culverts clear, as an adaptation strategy, then it increases the likelihood of flooding of critical infrastructure. This is the water treatment plant. If the water treatment plant had been flooded, that would have had serious, serious implications. So looking at the climate and the pattern of warm weather causing rain, flooding over frozen ground to flood ditches and likely cause flooding, that is an example of the way that climate change and energy fit together. And this is just an example of flooding. Have I got a big one here? Yeah. Of the kind of graphic that we use, or planning to use, we'd intended to use, but COVID came along, that to use in communities for discussion. And here's an example of one of the ways that we've turned science information from a science paper, from a review of science papers, into a graphic that's easy for people to understand. Putting the time scale into lifetime, into a lifetime of wetter winter days. That's the way to engage communities in discussion, not by putting a science diagram in front of them like it was a science class, but by turning the time scale into something that makes sense to them. And that's an example of the change. Here is an example of the way that that rain, in this case freezing rain, in the far north, right up to Fort Severn, not just Webequie in the mid-far north, but up to Fort Severn. So emphasizing again the reach of that warm air. And this is what the pattern looks like. This is how freezing rain occurs. By a wedge of warm air pushing into the cold air, the frozen snowflakes above the wedge fall through the wedge. They melt, but they don't melt to 10 degrees. They just melt. So when they fall through to the other side of the wedge and hit the ground, hit something on which they can freeze, they freeze instantly. That's the way freezing rain works. So it's the wedge-shaped nature of that boundary which causes problems like this. That's what freezing rain does. It breaks the energy infrastructure. So once again, look ahead to the climate projections in order to think about the structure of how you carry, or how the energy system is carried. The poles, and it's not just the poles, it's the heavier infrastructure too. So what are the impacts of future climate change on energy infrastructure, any infrastructure in a community? And again, lifetime plots, the reduction, fewer very cold nights in Kenora in this case. One can do it for anywhere. To make the story visual for visual learners. And visual learners are not just community members in a meeting, they're also kids in school. They're also kids in school. And we need to be thinking of that as well. We met with community members. On the top left there is I'm now then, Wannerman. And there's Percy Ray. Percy Ray in his 90s, still growing potatoes. Not a little patch of potatoes, but probably enough potatoes to cover this arena. Amazing guy. And others down the bottom left there is Sam Hunter on the, this is in Pewanak, on the right-hand side of the group of three of us. And I'll show you Sam Hunter again in a minute, doing something which is quite extraordinary. And working with kids. I mentioned the importance of working with kids because it's that community, them, who will be affected most. And what we're doing here is we're using iPads and what we call Wi-Fi microscopes. They're not that expensive. It's a little white thing that looks like a, but he isn't. But when he does, I'll tell you that Sam Hunter from Pewanak spent a year in film school. There are skills and talents in communities that sometimes one doesn't suspect. And they can be extremely valuable. extremely valuable. This is a sketch that Xavier drew. It wasn't just the photographs that he took, but the memory he had of a flood in 1959. And I won't tell you about why that happened, but it had to do with dams and Manitoba Hydro and so forth. But Xavier remembered the extent of that flood. There were no science records of that. This is an example of the understanding one can get that elders and knowledge holders have that is so valuable in developing adaptation plans. What was it like? Well, there are no records. Well, there are not obvious records for this flood, although when we dug into it, there were some. Anyway, and turning science visual is one of the principles that we use. Science has to be visual if you're going to use it in discussion in communities. We do that in lots of different ways. This is one of the info sheets. We've written, 60 odd of these info sheets about climate change, climate and impacts in the north. We run a closed Facebook group to which we post and members of the group post. I think here the post by Vivian Wazva from Shibogamo and Roxanne Maitland from Mushkegowuk. It's a way of encouraging communication between communities, which is not great. And we have to remember that in Northern Ontario, we're capped off by permafrost at the north. And there's some weird things happening with the permafrost. As the permafrost melts, then it's possible for those sorts of smoldering embers that I spoke about coming from ATVs and so forth, not just causing fires this year, or in the year that they fall onto the ground, but in fact becoming a part of the peat. The dry part of the peat. If the weather is dry, they survive in the dry part of the peat. They become zombie fires. They can cause fires next year. Next year. I don't think that's going to be an issue in your neighborhood, but it certainly is up in Fort Severn. These are zombie fires. You see the smoke from zombie fires. And we held a conference in Sault Ste. Marie. Not in Sault Ste. Marie, Thunder Bay. I spoke about the importance of communication. We had 150 First Nation attendees from 44 First Nations. 44 First Nations talking amongst one another, engaged in conversations, not being lectured at, but by being engaged in conversations with panels. And it was the collaborations that came out of that with the tribal councils that led us to produce these tools, and I'll whip just quickly through them. And by the way, I've got some here to leave behind. I won't show you more of those. Information on the back. This is a workshop for youth at a youth summit, Grand Council Treaty 3 Youth Summit, May of not this year, but last year, that was organized by one of the what we call climate change specialists, one of the members of our team from Grand Council Treaty 3. You can see some of the diagrams that look like this hanging on the wall. And what the young people had done was to consider the impacts that are on these sheets and suggest what in their community, and there are 23 different communities in Grand Council Treaty 3, so these are a mix of communities, what in their community were what they had seen and what they had heard about as the impacts of those sorts of events in their community. And they put them on big post-it notes and posted them on the wall, which is what you see there. So this was a very interactive discussion. Here is a young woman reflecting on what she knew about the potential impacts of flooding in her community, and drawing, in fact, a floodplain along a river and the homes that were on it, and indicating that the only way that those homes are going to become safe is if they were picked up and moved, not left on the floodplain. She was, 16, 17, playing a role in the discussion of solutions in her community, except that she was in this big symposium. And we were able to put those up immediately on a big screen so that the whole of the audience could discuss them. And she was the spokesperson for the idea. not an elder, not me, not somebody who's supposedly an expert, but her, speaking about her reasons for thinking that that was important. These are adaptations in 8 different sectors that we've identified, from ecosystems to health and others. This might be of interest to you. This is a projection, this is a map, and I'm going to go up so I can point my finger at the relevant parts of it. You can recognize the Great Lakes here and James Bay. It's a projection by researchers at U of T for the future of severe rainfall in not just Ontario, but south of the Great Lakes in the States. And it isn't to say that wherever the red patches are will be every year extreme rainfall, but that's the pattern of extreme rainfall in the future, when the rainfall during extreme events will increase by up to 30% by 2050. So a once in 50 year storm will become a once in 25 to 15 year. Part of what you will notice right away, simply by looking at the colors, is how much red there is south of the Great Lakes and how little there is north of the Great Lakes. It seems that, and I don't understand the science, and I haven't talked to Dick Peltier about this, but maybe I should have done, that north of the Great Lakes, the frequency of those extreme rainfalls is less, which is good for us, those of us who live in Northern Ontario. And if we look for you and Manitoulin, you're living in a very different future extreme rainfall climate than those who are south of the Great Lakes. So there's some reassurance for your future seems to be coming out of this research. Now it goes back to 2014, so we need a little more, perhaps more up-to-date update on that, but it's real. So your future extreme rainfall will be less than your cousins in Minnesota. But still have to be considered. And you can see Sesame Street here. This is a community with a sense of humor, but no ditches. You do. You have a Sesame Street as well? Is that right? Well, is that right? I got to get a photograph of that. Anyway, what's important here is not the sense of humor of the community, but the way there are no ditches. So when there is a heavy rainstorm, and especially if the ground is frozen, and even when the ground is not frozen in this community, the ground is very, very fine silt and sand, because it's an old lake bed that's risen after the ice of the last ice age melted and the land slowly rose. And where does the water go? It goes into the crawl spaces of houses. And what happens then? It creates mold and so forth. This is a situation that, even without looking ahead to an increase in the severity of storms, needs to be attended to. Quickly, just going through these, I'm not going to talk about what's in them so much as to say, these are the kind of worksheets that you can use in a community discussion, when what you want is people like that young person who was designing our own solution to a floodplain problem for homes, to put to write in, not write essays, but write the key words, the key messages for dealing with the risks that emerge from discussion of and study of the vulnerability in communities. So where you see blank here is where community members would fill in, and we have some of these with blank bubbles as well. So tools that can be used in community discussions. And here's a tool that's partly filled in with the right-hand end left open for future editions. Some adaptation ideas which one can circulate as well, triggering discussion, not saying these are the answers that you should employ, but these are the discussion, these are the possibilities. And another one here. And then the framework, a 5-step framework, which we took to the Assembly of First Nations meeting in Fredericton last September and talked about in a workshop with the Mushkegowuk partners in our PICA group. And I've got some of those that I can leave with you here. And lastly, and I'm going to whip through these in 5 minutes, and sorry, Sue, I'll be 5 minutes over time, but you're nodding, that's okay. I want to introduce you to the Climate Atlas, which is a wonderful tool for consideration of the impacts in your community. Because if you go to the Climate Atlas, you'll find that you can zero in from a big picture like this. You can zero in to individual First Nation communities. So I've zeroed in here to Wikwemikong, and you can do that. And you can pick from the menu at the bottom here, and you can't read it, so I'm just going to quickly tell you. This is, do you want to look at projections from more or less climate change? More climate change means that we don't reduce our emissions enough. Less climate change means that the future will be more tolerable because we have reduced, I mean the global we, have reduced emissions. So you can choose those two different conditions. And then what you can do is you can look at temperature, precipitation, and agriculture. What will be the impacts on growing season, etc. So you can look at all of those, and you can look at them for your community. And if you really want to compare with Shashigawaning, you can do that as well. There's not much difference, but there is a little bit, a tiny little bit. But the point here is that you don't have to go to southern Ontario to get your projections. They've worked them out and posted them for individual First Nation communities. All 38 in Canada, I think it is. If it's not 38, it's 83. Anyway, it's well over 600. And you can also, you'll see a list of, this is looking at temperature. And the list up here is of months. So you can look at the September temperature, you can look at the March temperature, you can pick the maximum temperature, the average, or the minimum, whichever you wish, whichever is relevant to your thinking about what the future climate impact will have on your energy needs. It's a terrific tool. Out of the University of Manitoba, I do believe, the Prairie Climate Impact Center. And here we go again, and here, looking at, and you can see that some numbers up there. Actually, there's a number I want to emphasize. This is, you can't see, this is low carbon, so we've reduced emissions. It's very hot days, above 30 degrees, and if you get 3 of those days in a row, you've got a heat wave. And heat stress and impacts on elderly and very young people look serious. Between where we are now, or you are now, and when your kids will be 30 years old, there are going to be 4 more above 30 degree days in your summers than there are now, going from 1.1 to 5.2. You say, well, that's not a big deal. If all those 4, all those 5, come in one stretch, and maybe, since this is an average, maybe there are 7 or 8 come in one stretch, you have got a heat stress problem. And you need to be thinking about how will the elderly get to an air-conditioned space. And part of what research has shown is that people don't like to walk from one end of a community to another to get to an air-conditioned space. They want it to be close, preferably in their own home. So there's thinking that has to be done about how to respond to this change. This is very cold nights, I think. And this is agriculture, and you can pick the growing season. You can pick degree days above 10 or 5 or 15. Those of you who are in agriculture know. There are opportunities for growing short season crops, which increased on those in the past. And this goes to the end of the century. I've been talking about 2050, so the lifetime of your kids. If you want to go to the lifetime of your grandkids, things become more severe unless we really begin to take global action. And you've already begun action. Sue has been leading some of this. You've got solar panels, you've got biomass heating in communities, in community buildings as well as homes. You're using biomass that I understand comes from the waste or the leftover parts of trees that are used for providing building logs, and that's a great way to store carbon. I must try to figure out how much carbon is stored in Bayside Resort. It must be a significant figure, I think. And a variety of technology being used in your community. Here are the pellets in a furnace setting, and there you've got your solar panels. The variety of technologies for providing energy is important, and you're a good example of having got a good start on that. And I want to end with this fellow. Probably none of you recognize him. Some of you do? You're right. You did. He spoke. Well, congratulations to you. Kudos to you. I met Albert Marshall in 2017. He's a McMahilda. And he did more, he wasn't alone, he did more for promoting the idea of two-eyed seeing than anybody else, which is really important. I'm stressing it on Friday to mining companies that are coming to listen to examples of good relationship building with First Nations. Read the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report and recommendations and learn what two-eyed seeing means. Seeing one eye using the Western view of the world, and the other eye for looking at the world with an Indigenous eye. So with Albert Marshall on the screen, as I say, I met him in 2017, had a lovely meeting with him, or discussion with him in Winnipeg at a meeting, and an inspirational fellow. And congratulations to you for finding him. I wanted to take this photograph and present it to him at a meeting that he was to be at sometime in March. But it was at the time of, I think it was Fiona, the storm, and he couldn't get out of the community, so I only saw him on the screen. So I still have this photo to give to Albert Marshall when I next really see him. So there you go. That's my stuff. Thanks.
So thank you, David. Wonderful presentation and overview of how the climate is adapting, changing, and some of the things that we need to consider. He did provide you with a tool, the Climate Atlas, that you can play around with to figure out the unique circumstances around your communities. And so I want to thank you, David, for that. And I encourage everyone to stand up and go grab some snacks to warm up really quick, and we'll get set up for our next presentation from Hydro One.
Steal my laptop back.
Warmth on you. But we want to get restarted here, and we have a presentation from our friends at Hydro One Networks Incorporated. I think I have to say it that way now because it has changed in recent years. But we do have Chris Grohl and Christina Reynolds here that are going to share a presentation, and they're going to be open to some questions and answers after their presentation. So please welcome Chris and Christina.
Thank you very much. Also, I just want to highlight that Christina and I are from the Indigenous Relations team with Hydro One. So that's part of what our presentation is here today, to discuss kind of like what we do, because I know, everyone hears Indigenous Relations and no one knows what it means, which I know was the case for me even when I first started, right? It's a relatively new field that we're seeing kind of arise, across the province, across the country, and it's important that we get in front of, folks like yourself so you know how we can work with the community and help out. So, but first off, on a more broad scale, with Hydro One as a whole, like what do we do? I know that's been a point of sometimes conversation with some people because, we think back to the days of Ontario Hydro when everything was still kind of, amalgamated into one. But right now, Hydro One, we don't. That first stage you see right there under the OPG and the private generating companies, you see generation and step-up transformer stations. We don't really handle that. What we do is once it gets into the lines, we handle transmitting that energy from those generation points and the places where they're being created. So it could be things like, like a wind farm, right? Making those connections. It could be a solar farm. In some circumstances, we connect those to the network so that it can then go from there into step-down transformer stations, bringing that voltage down so that it can be distributed in lines to homes. So we basically just handle all the distribution and the transformation and the transmission of energy. We don't do the generation, but we work closely, obviously, with the generators, the organizations, the communities who have generation projects and goals, right? So we just get it from point of generation to your home, and we keep the lights on and the cell phones charged, if we're doing our job right. And then that also plays in as well when there's things like outages. We are there to maintain those lines that we own, and the lines that are feeding into your homes. So you'll see obviously lots of the distribution lines going through the community. You see a lot of those little transformers on those. That is our distribution work. Those larger towers, which is actually, we have a very nice little icon there on the transmission lines. Those are our transmission towers, which have much higher voltages, running from as small as 115,000 volts to 500,000. And those are varying in voltage depending on the need in that area or that region. So, yeah, so that's basically what we do. On the Indigenous relations end, which is kind of like the mystique behind what we do. No one ever really knows. Hydro One works with the First Nations and the Indigenous communities and communities across Ontario to ensure that we are maintaining a good relationship. One of the things that we haven't done, that we know we haven't done terribly well in the past, right, is being proactive, right? And so actually one of the things I actually really appreciate that I heard the doctor previously to us mention is like those northern communities, for example, right? He referred to them as the forgotten area of Ontario, right? Because it was always so reactive, right? They were never there until proponents needed to be there, right? That's one thing that Hydro One's trying to do differently than other proponents, that we're trying to do differently than perhaps our predecessor organization, Ontario Hydro, may have done in the past. We're trying to be there ahead of time. That's why we're trying to be here for today and at events like this, where we can be in front of community and we can be also responsive to community and held to account by community to make sure that we're doing the work right. We've already had great conversations at the booth over there, building relationships with people, hearing about businesses in the area, hearing about concerns in the area, because if we're not showing up, we can't show up for communities if we're not showing up in communities, is essentially what it is. And so Indigenous Relations is that advocate within Hydro One that makes sure we're doing that. We are working with our other lines of business to make sure that we're in community, to make sure that we're doing right by community, and that to make sure that we're also hearing the community as well, because we don't want that disconnect there. So we're trying to be more proactive, so excelling at engagement, working with integrity, so that's what I meant, getting in front of communities so that there isn't, when people have concerns, they don't have to go through 15 different steps to try and get someone on the phone, right? You have a direct point of contact. You can come to us. We have a number of avenues for, say, complaints or concerns and things like that to go through the company, and our team makes sure that those are treated with the highest regard, and we also make sure that they're resolved as quickly as possible. So working with integrity means basically just ripping down that red tape and unveiling the work that we do and being transparent in our work. Holding ourselves accountable goes hand in hand with that. Making sure that when we do miss a goal, when maybe we drop the ball with someone, we hold ourselves to account. We don't make excuses, but we find resolutions, right? And so that's another thing that Indigenous Relations at Hydro One is doing right now. That's why Christina and I are so passionate about being at events like this, because we get in front of the people who may be having issues that maybe we don't know about, and then we can get on top of fixing it. And then breaking barriers. The way I see breaking barriers is some of the exciting programs we have going, right, that we'll be talking about today even, procurement with Indigenous businesses, trying to change the way that we do things instead of people always said, bring Indigenous voices to the table, and I think that we often too much generalize that, because those Indigenous voices were always brought to the table last when they should be the first ones heard, right? And so we're trying to make this priority within the company, that we're creating programs that don't just bring Indigenous people to the table, but allow Indigenous voices to drive the work, right? So we're actually trying to get out there and trying to do good work in advance and not being reactive. So that's kind of where we're breaking down those barriers. But that's basically what we do. The long and short of it is we try to be the advocates within the company to do the work right. And we let the communities tell us whether or not we are doing it right. So equity and procurement. So on that regard, actually, so when I'm talking about some of those exciting projects and programs that we have going on, some people may have heard about our new equity model that went through the media. I think it was in the fall of 2022. So recently, or in recent years, we've gone into equity partnerships with a number of communities within Ontario, which kind of served as like a building block for what this model eventually became. And we use those as learning opportunities to determine what worked best. And we didn't let Hydro One make that call. We let the communities tell us what worked well. We let the communities tell us where we needed to improve and how it needed to be structured. And it resulted in an exciting model that is groundbreaking within Canada, and it has created quite a bit of shuffle within the industry as a whole, which we're excited about. And it's essentially, the long and short of it is work that, so new lines and new large $100 million projects, or 100 million and greater, that are being built on what we call greenfield areas, are able to be entered into with a 50% share equity model with Indigenous communities. That means that we are splitting evenly, 100% evenly, right down the middle, all equity off that line with the communities. And so we've done that with a number of communities in Ontario, and we have made a commitment that we, through this equity model, that we'll continue to do that on projects that fit those criteria. And in exciting turn of events, we have obviously many communities that are interested in this, and those conversations are going to go well into the future. And that is a commitment that we made recently. We made it very publicly, and with the support of the communities that we're already in business with. And so I just want to go back to, because oftentimes these kind of programs are released without any clear understanding of how they came about. They came about as a result of the work with those communities that was already happening when we were talking about those equity opportunities. So this was essentially, we enacted it within our company, but it was created by the minds of the Indigenous leadership, the Indigenous community members that we were working with at the time. We heard a lot of feedback, and one of the things we heard was, equity ownership, early and ongoing engagement, and making sure that we're doing things proactively, not reactively. They wanted to see investment opportunities, employment and procurement, which is another reason that fed into our procurement model eventually. So these are all the kind of feedback that we got, and it fed into how we designed our new programs. So our programs may have been written by us internally, but they were created by the minds and the input of Indigenous people and Indigenous communities. And a key one for us, and actually something that we always refer to as an Indigenous relations team within Hydro One, is a partner that can be trusted, right? Because we know that in the past we may not have met that standard, right? And so we want to make sure that one of the things we're doing, as we said, is being proactive. And if we don't have a solution to a problem, we find one. And when we drop the ball, we don't hide behind it. We admit to it, and we try to find a resolution, right? And so this is what we see as things that can be trusted, right? And I go back to those Indigenous relations goals, holding ourselves accountable, working with integrity, breaking barriers, and excelling at engagement. And we think if we can meet those, and if communities think that we eventually did meet those, then maybe we can act as a partner that can be trusted. So basically, I just want to say this is one thing that I always try to highlight. We're not measuring those on ourselves. We're asking communities to tell us when we're doing a good job. Because it's not on us. For too long, we've kind of patted ourselves on the back. We need communities to tell us when we've done well and when we haven't. And so that's part of being accountable, is making sure that, we do this work in a good way. We make sure that it's done in a good way up to an Indigenous standard, not up to our standard. So finally on that, just a couple points. bringing Indigenous businesses to the table. We have established across the company a procurement target, which we've already exceeded as of last year, dramatically. We're still getting the final numbers in, so I don't have a final number, but we do know we exceeded our initial target. And that procurement target is meant to say that we hit a certain percent of money spent on projects and expensed and things like that goes through Indigenous business. So at this point, the way we see it is it's not enough just to say that we want to do business with Indigenous communities. From the top end all the way down within Hydro One, it has been pushed that we have to do business with Indigenous communities and Indigenous businesses. So one of the things I always say when I come to these events, because it's come up a number of times, is we can't do business with businesses that we don't know exist. And we are a growing team, but we are also still a small and mighty team within Indigenous relations. And so we always encourage people who think that we may have an opportunity to work with you in the future, come by. We have booths like this. Let us know that your business, about your business, how we can help. We'll get in touch and we'll make sure we stay in touch. Because like, and some of the, I told another gentleman today, one of the things that happened at a recent event just last year, someone came up to us and they told us, you know, we can't do business with Hydro One. We're just a furniture company. So we stopped. We looked at each other and we said, well, someone within Hydro One's buying furniture. Why can't we do business with your company? Right? So we have started conversations about furnishing ops centers with this company's work, right? Which is large purchases in bulk. And so even if you don't know for sure if you can do business with us, come talk to us. Let us know that you exist. Let us try to make that determination, because we have opportunities all throughout the company, many different lines of business that use external companies and businesses. There's no reason that we can't try to find a way to do that with Indigenous business. So that's just another example of what we're trying to do. We're trying to change the way that Hydro One operates with Indigenous communities and trying to also just do it in a way that brings them to the table right at the start, not last minute, right? And thinks of them at the start of projects, not the end. And then just finally, obviously, investing in Indigenous communities, we have community investment targets every year. So 20% of all of our community investment in Hydro One is to go to First Nations. That is a hard rule that is not flexible. And if it exceeds that, that's amazing. But the absolute minimum is 20% of all community investment within Hydro One goes to Indigenous communities. And then finally, Hydro One, we hope to one day be an employer of choice. We're working to try and improve recruitment within communities, another thing that we know we haven't done well in the past, and we're trying to change that. And so we're trying to get out there and tell people about the job opportunities we have, and also trying not to limit people, right? Some people say, you know, I don't want to go into the trades. Well, Hydro One hires across many lines of business. There's no reason it has to be just one specific job or role. So we are excited and hopeful that one day we'll be an employer of choice, but we're also still working on that with the feedback and input of our Indigenous communities. So going into the next portion, I don't know if you want to take that?
Yep, sure, I can take over.
All right.
And before we move on, I guess, well, I'll introduce myself as Christina Reynolds. I'm a Senior Advisor of Indigenous Relations. I support the communities in Treaty 9, 45, 11, 61, those that are unceded, and temporarily supporting some communities in Treaty 60 as well right now. So quite a large area. As community energy champions, I invite you to please reach out to me. I'd love to hear what sort of plans that you have going on in your community, if there's anything that I can do to help obtain information from a technical perspective at Hydro One. I'm happy to do that, so please come over to our booth. I have some business cards, happy to hand those out and support your community developments. As part of our strategy at Hydro One, as Chris said, it's about breaking down barriers, excelling at engagement. Hydro One is a big company and it's very tough to navigate, and that's what my job is to help support you through that navigation, get you in touch with our right lines of business. And if we don't get the small stuff right within the communities, then we're never going to be able to move beyond that with reconciliation and with building those trusting relationships and partnerships. So when Hydro One comes forward with a larger project, we need to get the small stuff right in your communities, help you resolve any issues that you have with us, and we're here to help with that. I am going to touch on some area investments that we have in Wikwemikong unceded territory today, but this is something that we do with a lot of communities in the area that I help support. So we're doing a feeder upgrade in this area. There's been some reliability as well as capacity issues, and as Wikwemikong continues to grow, the energy needs as well is something that Hydro One needs to support. So we find that people will come up to us when we're here at these different booths, and they'll say that there's not enough energy. It's not necessarily the case. So as a community grows organically and there is that need to help support those developments, then it's that responsibility of Hydro One to help support those energy needs. And we have planned area investment. The investment will provide funding to upgrade the existing system, but to also help with new assets in Wikwemikong unceded territory. And those new assets will improve the load capacity, as I said, and accommodate the growing needs of the community. So I believe that there's some new subdivision development going on. There's going to be a school in the area, as well as the Elders Lodge that is planned within the next couple of years. So there's a lot of development that is going on, and that's why there's that heavy need to improve the feeder into the community.
That's pretty much it. But
Okay.
And so with those improvements as well, one of the hopes is also that with improved capacity on those lines and load capacity on those lines, and with the feeders as well, is that it will also improve reliability and prevent unexpected outages and things like that. It'll reduce the risk of those potentially. So, and as that growth within the community happens, like Christina said, one of the things that we do is we try to drive the work within communities and to try and help communities drive new work and drive new interests. So as we have energy champions here or people working in that area within communities, get in touch with us, tell us about those future plans. So that the sooner we know, the more proactive we can be in making sure that Hydro One is prepared to meet those needs. And if there were ever needs for additional upgrades, then those can be driven as a result of the work happening in community. So as growth happens, talk to us and we'll cut through the red tape, cut down those barriers, because no one likes to call Hydro One, and how it always happens is you get transferred to one person to the next, to the next, to the next. We can be a single point of contact instead. If we don't have the answer right away, we find it, and that's what we do. So yeah, so as growth happens, talk to us, and we'll make sure that that growth goes seamlessly within the capacity of the network as well. And that's all, and if anyone has any questions, please feel free. We're also here the rest of the day. We also got some swag. I see some people sporting the blankets already, so.
I see a hand up. Well, it's dependent on what your needs are. So I'm happy to hand out my business card today and then connect you with the right individual. In terms of what Chris and I do, we support communities. We're here to support communities. If it's an individual issue and we're not able to help you, we can get you in touch with someone in our First Nation customer care. In terms of the community energy champions that are here today, we would be here to help support whatever your initiatives are and make introductions to other utilities or other entities that are sort of in this industry that might be able to help you with those energy needs or energy ideas and development that you have going on.
Yeah, and just for the purpose of the video, I just want to paraphrase that question as well. It was just about, in order to kind of avoid, jumping across like 10 people to make contact with us, is there another line or another point of contact that someone can go through as a customer? So just wanted to paraphrase that for the video that I forgot. Would there be any other questions? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So just to paraphrase the question again, it's a question you're asking when Indigenous relations really came to play in Hydro One and just across the company. Yeah.
There's been an Indigenous relations team at Hydro One for a number of years. I think going like into probably the early 2000s or mid 2000. In terms of why you're hearing about it now, I think has a lot to do with probably the transition that Indigenous relations has gone through at Hydro One and the equity partnership. And that has gotten the attention of board members, executive level team, which has helped we're kind of bringing the other lines of business now on this journey with us. And I think in the past, it probably lacked a lot of support from other lines of business. It's always been a small but very mighty team, but it's gotten a lot of attention, I would say, in the last year or so. And I think that's probably why. And we've been able to expand pretty substantially. I've been with the company now maybe a year and a half. I think there was 9 people hired onto our team after I started. So that just kind of goes to show how quickly it has transformed. But I think it's about the attention that it's gotten with the 50-50 equity partnership that's really drawn the attention to how partnering, building, maintaining, establishing these relationships within communities is going to help support the business to move forward. And that's why we're starting to get that support from other lines of business. And you're really starting to hear about us because we have a large team. I'm able to be out in communities as often as possible. And we're here to help support because like I said, if we don't get the small stuff right, we're not going to be able to continue on a positive journey. Do you want to paraphrase the question? Or?
Yeah. So you're just saying now, like, given that we were saying that we've been partnering with, Indigenous communities more often, that presumably that we have Indigenous leadership at the table helping to make these decisions moving forward. Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that's right. And I think that's the intention of the 50-50 equity is to have that guidance from Indigenous leaders. And that input from communities. And this is being very proactive in terms of the development and planning stages at Hydro One. We're engaging with communities well before some of this work is even awarded to us as a utility. And we want to continue. We want to sort of mirror that same sort of structure in terms of how we do go about our day-to-day interaction with communities.
Yeah, and I'll just go back also to that, like the equity model, and say, like, as soon as those partnerships began, even just prior to the equity model itself being formed, the first equity relationships that the company went into, that's exactly what informed the programs that came out, right? And so when I say that these are maybe written by us, but they were essentially created by the Indigenous people, the Indigenous leadership that we work with on these equity models, right? Because we got that feedback from them, like Christina said, right? As long as we're engaged with them as partners, then we are engaged with them in the input that they share with us, and we're hearing it, and they're in a room with us from a position of complete, like, equal share on these equity model projects, right? So when we hear feedback from them, it directly translates into changes in how we do our work and what we want to do with the future of the Indigenous Relations team and with the greater Hydro One. So, like, yeah, the direct feedback from leadership is heard and it is acted on, within the company. And so, yeah, that's why this equity model and this new approach with Indigenous relations, getting out into the community and seeing that being proactive is the key, so we can listen to the folks here and to the leadership, is so key to the work that we do. Any other questions? If you're too shy, we do have a booth over there too, and you can come over just on the basis that having an extra blanket might keep you extra warm. All right, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone, and we also just want to say that we're very grateful to be here today, and grateful that we were invited by the folks who set this up, and it's awesome, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Miigwech.
So I want to thank the Hydro One Networks, Chris and Christina, for their wonderful presentation. Give them another big round of applause. And to ensure they keep having a job and responsibility within Ontario, we've started a fire by their booth over there. So if you need to warm up your knees or your feet, feel free to and our food is just being set up right now. So once they give me an okay, we can gather and start a lineup, I guess. There's enough food to go around. Lunch is going to be until 12:45. Then we'll be hearing a presentation from the community energy champions that have attended here today. So feel free to go stand by the heater, and we will have the food ready for you very soon. And we'll restart at 12:45.
It does? Yeah. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, Ashley. Check. Check 1, 2. When in doubt, check it out.
Oh, that's the other one. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, this has to be yours.
Well, here, I'll tap it again. No? 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door. Okay?
She's contemplating to support her community. So, Gina? Give her a round of applause.
Yo. I think, okay, there's good. Okay, yep.
Turning it on there? Or?
Yeah, I want it on over there. It'll come on once I do it. Yep. Oops, yep. No, it's, I just say got it. Something's going on.
There it is.
Okay. Went out again. Try it underneath. Yeah. Put that underneath there. Yeah, like that. Okay. Okay. Ooh. What the hell? What is it fused together there? Oh, it's all the wiring, eh? Okay. Something's going on.
Try this one.
Yeah. Whoop.
Could be here bad connection too, eh? HDMI, yeah.
This is brand new.
Maybe there's something on the end of it. Did you look at it?
That thing says it's connecting. That's weird, eh? Why would that do that?
Why would it? Why don't we just move it onto a USB? Couldn't I just put my thing on a USB, then slap it in there? Touch it again. It didn't like it there. Okay, one sec.
Trying a different one. That looks weird. That doesn't look like your screen.
No.
Just as long as you don't touch it,
Yeah.
or move it around, then it should be okay.
Once it comes on.
It's your ego, eh?
No.
And you have to put it
Yeah,
on.
that's my screen, yeah. Okay.
Just put it on.
So now I'm putting it on here. Okay, wait. No, escape.
Restart it. And maybe it just needs to link up again.
Okay, we'll start again from beginning.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
There you go.
all right. Technology. Okay, welcome, Miigwech. It's humbling to be here, back home in Wikwemikong. Um, as you know from the title, I'm now up in Mishpachatan First Nation, and I'm their community energy champion. So I wish to show a bit about what's been happening up in Mishpachatan. Mishpachatan is a small community north from here. The neighboring community is Wawa, Ontario. And I've been there since May of 2021. So, and the whole CEC program is very new. It's only been in the makes for 5 years. So I guess as a CEC working there now, and I'm like the second cohort of CECs that have been brought on stream. So without further ado, I'm just going to quickly go through my slides and tell you a bit about what's happening in Mishpecotton. So, building community capacity and awareness through outreach initiatives. And this is one of the favorite little islands around Mishpecotton. There's a lot of islands there. We're located on Lake Superior, and it's a favorite swimming place here. It's so, so beautiful. And I just wanted to say that I wouldn't be where I am today, and I just want to gratefully thank my parents, Margaret and Maxie Simon, Ms. Chimanajma, for their foundation and what they've given me in terms of drive. And always be proud to be from Wikwemikong and just be proud to be First Nation. So July 1st, they always hang up this flag in Wawa just to let people know that proud Anishinaabe living there. So those islands that I had photographed earlier, well, I made a graphic about it. I just wanted to start some sort of promotional materials for the energy program in Mishpecotton. So this one's called Powered Up in Mishpecotton. So I'm just going to go over quickly some of the importance of, so as we know, the program is new, and each community's energy plan is different and unique to the community and the community's needs. So for instance, I just wanted to talk about it doesn't look like mine. Anyway, it's defining our community's priorities in terms of improving energy efficiency, cutting GHG emissions, achieving resilience, and possibly driving economic development. And that's matching energy needs with the most efficient energy source, and integrating land use and potentially harnessing local energy opportunities. Being that Mishpecotton is right on Lake Superior, and there's a lot of water potential energy driving forces there. Some of the reasons why you make an energy plan, again, cutting emissions, getting community members involved in your elected officials is so, so important. If you don't have your community behind you, and understanding what your endeavors are, then without a plan and without input, it won't go far. People will criticize and demand to know what's going on, so it's important. This community outreach that Sue's trying to do, we're coming here as other CECs to let you know some of the things that we're going through in our communities. So supporting short-term plans and impact, conducting benchmark analysis, that's so important, integral to making a community energy plan, because it helps you calculate how much energy is being consumed now and the cost, compared to when you start your energy plan and utilizing other resources and other means to create energy, and saving, say, solar or net metering or the biomass starting up in Wikwemikong. Those can balance out each other, and then you'll start to see the benefits of implementing energy efficiency initiatives. And stuff that you analyze is waste, transportation, consumption in your buildings. So we're doing that in Mishpecotton. These are some of my roles, incorporating green energy options, organizing community engagements with input into the energy plan, research grants, as I said, conducting baseline studies, and taking a lead role in community energy projects, and participating with companies like the Algoma Power Incorporation, which services the Wawa area, Hydro One, IESO, working alongside of them, becoming informed of what they do, what their roles are. There's a whole big field out there when it comes to energy, and it's understanding who all the players are and what it is they do. There's so much to it. And some of the outcomes could be that community-driven approach, identifying and pursuing energy initiatives, those rooted in the community and the community needs is most important and vital to the success of your community energy plan. And also grounded in the realities of our energy systems and what could possibly happen here in Wikwemikong, for instance, as opposed to what could happen in Mishpachatan. It depends on your land use planning, what resources are readily available, and some of the things that you can take advantage of, like solar, wind, hydroelectric, biodiversity, and doing things like energy conservation. Aside from developing new projects, there's things that each and every one of us can do as an individual and a homeowner to help reduce energy consumption, such as our household uses of heating, space cooling, refrigerators. So this just shows a ghost power prime example of our energy losses in our home. And these are when these electronic devices are in their off position or standby mode. So for instance, like a DVD player is using 10 watts. A laptop computer is using 50 watts. A cable box is using 30 watts. Your rear projection TV is using 48 watts. And you think just because it's off or it's in standby, like a lot of people just want that instantaneous. I want my computer on, I want my TV, I just want it right now. We're becoming that kind of society where we want everything instantaneous without realizing the demands we're putting on the system all across the board. And all these small things add up and contribute to our consumption and our bills and our costs in our home. Water and sun power examples. So these are some of the stuff that I like to show in the community, and just understanding things like we talk a lot about wind and we talk a lot about solar, and you know, there's been opposition to damming and stuff, but at the end of the day, that's what hydro is, and we don't say it, we just say sun and wind. But hydro is water, and that's where they get the power. And my mother said this word, wasanomanin. I think she said that was a term they used long ago, how you got electricity, and the reference is to water. People knew that long ago, and now when we talk about hydro, we don't realize that's all generated from water. That water turns those turbines, and those turbines go to the transmission stations, and then that's brought down the line to our homes. So at the end of the day, when you think about it, you're leaving that light on or turning things off and on. You might as well be just turning the tap on of water, because that's where it's coming from, and that's what we need to understand and realize. And when our elders said that the water is one of the most precious things to us, we have to understand that all of this is actually water. And so that's the part that we need, those better relationships with Hydro One and all these other power companies. We need to be at the table, because we still carry that understanding and that reverence for things as special as the water. So there's places that are doing major, like, so hydroelectric, for instance, I'm saying, they fuel Ontario's economy. Canada has the largest hydro production of energy in the world. There's, in Ontario alone, just Ontario, there's 241 dams on 24 river systems, along with 66 stations of service that are powering up our province. And then they're wanting us to come on stream to do offset of wind and solar and stuff. Like, you can darn well rest assured that everybody wants to be partners with us because we're in prime land. Like, a lot of our areas are untouched. Our resources are still pristine. And we want to say in that. And we want to bring forth our elders' teachings and what we know about the reverence of all these renewable resources. The Peter Sutherland hydro station, that's owned by Tequa Takamu Nation, and they have enough power to generate 28,000 homes. And we could be doing this for ourselves rather than all these companies coming in and to continue the economic development for our people. At one time in Mishpachatan, you know, there's the Dory River there, and that was being explored as a possible source of energy. And I hope to return to that and look at that, because there's different systems now. There's not just damming the high waters anymore like they used to in this picture you could see, whereby they'd hold back the waters, they'd flood out our communities, they'd flood out everything for the animals, the trappers, you name it, it didn't matter. And now there's like run-of-the-river styles whereby the water still comes, the fish and everything can still migrate. There's so many new technological advancements in the whole renewable resources that we could be looking at. And, you know, like solar from the sun is just one of them, converting radiant heat to electrical power. There's new solar panels where they're double fold. There's solar panels where there's mirrored, there's siding, there's windows. There's so much in solar now aside from just what we've seen, the solar array, photovoltaic style. Some of the people that I work with are just bringing programs, and I've seen some of the posters here that Wikwemikong's doing that, and other First Nations communities are also, and that's the Ontario Electrical Support Program, the LEAP, the Lower Income Energy Assistance, the Greener Homes, Home Retrofit, the First Nations Building Retrofit Program, the Solar PV metering systems. These are all stuff that I'm involved in or in the process of being involved in. The one of them that's run by NRCan right now, called the Greener Homes, is a new program that offers homeowners like over $5,600, but it's very complex and very complicated to get into. And I remember hearing the first of this and lobbying NRCan, saying that, you know, you could have this program, but if you don't have Indigenous people involved and our people trained as energy auditors, then you're not going to get far in our communities, because the trust is gone with many of these corporations. And so the more open they are to train our people and honestly train our people so that we can take over these jobs, then the better off we'll be at the end of the day, because then we're truly doing it for ourselves and not always getting them. And so this is just a quick example of Mishpachata's annual energy costs. Can't show it a lot, but we do those energy benchmarking, and that shows you exactly how much we're utilizing, and then you can do a comparative analysis of, say, you know, you burn this much greenhouse gas emissions. If you took that carbon tonnage, and you could project it to say that would power up, you know, 200 cars driving to Sault Ste. Marie and back 100 times. Like, sometimes when you take those analyses to the ground like that, then people realize when we're just not talking units of carbon emissions put out by. This is just a short summary of what some of the slides that I showed you. These are some of the key map projects of Mishpachatan right now. One is right in the community. of GrowCap, and the other one is our White Sands housing, and then along the Highway 17 corridor, where we're hoping to have we're working on it right now, doing all the land environmental assessment, is a gas station, a EV station, a car wash, and a market for the community, and eventually, hopefully, some type of seniors housing project. And in the planning of all this, we know that one of the most important things is that planning, and that community planning and the community input, and getting people to realize how important climate change is and the impact that we're all having on the climate, whether we realize it or not. Each one of us in our small way is contributing to climate change. And so these are some of the projects that we're working on right now within the community. Right now, the community is like a population of 1,237, but living on reserve is only 65. They have quite the land mass, but people want to come home, but there's nowhere to live. And the community has been moved so many times. Like, they've come in and they've moved them. So there's been a lot of devastation and trauma to the community. You know, ACR, Algoma came in, the mine in Wawa came in. So everything got moved, and they just kept getting moved. But now where they are, they finally are standing up and saying, "You're not moving us anymore." But the fallout from that has been very detrimental to the community, and so they're building up again. They're beginning some new community spaces. We're retrofitting the medical center right now. We're going to be retrofitting the band office. And both of those, we're trying to ensure that there's 30% efficiency in those buildings. We're building a 15-unit housing development, and the infrastructure of that has started. They're doing all the groundwork, starting with the infrastructure of the roads, the lighting, and also we have in the works a huge community center, which will be a great draw and an economic development for the community also. And just at one point in time, and this is how this sort of led to my becoming a community energy champion. Like, as I said, before you can walk, they always say that, before you can learn to walk, you have to learn to crawl. And so I began my career with Hydro One. And at the time when I was there, I was one of the few women, let alone an Indigenous woman. And for the most part, it was a grand place, and I'm still there, you know, like one hair away from my red seal. And I've did all my apprenticeship, I've done all my schooling, but at the time, and that's why I asked this question about the Indigenous relations of Hydro One, because when I was there, it wasn't there for me. It was behind closed doors with certain supervisors or managers, but for the most part in the field, you know, the guys didn't give you any direction, or they didn't think you belonged there. So it was really tough holding my own during those years, and it got to me after so much time. I just realized I couldn't do it anymore, because it was a constant fight all the time. Being the one and only woman in the trailer, and being an Indigenous woman, like, they made it tough. And they didn't think I belonged there, and they used to say, "What door did you come through?" And so it happened a lot. And even washrooms, you know, I couldn't even have my own washroom, and the guys would always do something in the washrooms just to, like, and I'm glad to see that now they're making it a law that washrooms have to be available for women on the job, or even a change room to change, you know. I didn't have those things. So a lot of it was like breaking ground and knocking down barriers, and it was a constant fight. Every time walking in a trailer, and they'd talk women down like you wouldn't believe, and they think by the comments they make with you sitting there that they're going to knock you off your chair, but I'd stand up to them and I'd say, like, hey, that woman is not in this room to defend herself, so I will, and I don't appreciate your comments, so please, like, say them elsewhere and stuff. But it's all just to try and to put women down. And the funny thing is most of the young men were the ones that were so open and saying, yeah, we're glad you're here. And then the older guys would somehow get to them, and then they'd become just like some of the older guys, you know. So it was sometimes a lose-lose and sometimes a win-win. It depended on who your supervisor was and stuff. But to complain or to say anything, they just tell me, you know, toughen up, get a tougher skin. So that was my time with them, and I'm glad to hear Christina and her partner present that things are getting better, but it's just new. It hasn't been happening for like years. It's been happening years where we've been fighting our way and trying to get more Indigenous, they're trying to get more Indigenous people working, and I think with that type of relationship building and those things truly happening, they will see that we are hardworking people, that we want the best just like they do. We value our work and our standards and our ethics, and so that's important message that I like to promote when I work there, and I'm sure others behind me and there right now are trying to prove their own. So now it's time we cross that line and we build a new bridge and a new way to communicate, because we are, like, the CECs are becoming more valued now, I see, as we too learn our role and our responsibilities, and as people see climate impact, they realize the significance and what we're trying to do. So I said, like, this First Nations community building retrofit program. This is a picture of the band office at Mishibakot, and you can't really see it good. But anyway, what this is about is coming into our community, and is it happening here too? Have you done this? So anyways, this program, what we're doing is we're assessing all the commercial buildings in Mishpachot with the intent to retrofit them so that we could better or save money in terms of consumption of energy. And that's the beginning part. And then once we've done all our benchmarking analysis of all that consumption, what it's costing us, then we do assessment on where we're losing all our energy, like windows, doors, you name it, and then we put together a plan. And so this is the beginnings of that. So any First Nations community can apply to it. So I just wanted to talk about some of the stuff that I'm trying to do. So I do a summer camp, and then I do evenings with kids, and try to teach them stuff about energy at their level. And it can be from kinetic energy to sparkers, or so they learn safety, but they also learn how energy comes about and what renewable resources are, and just having fun. So just open it up with games, and other, like, kids come from the neighboring town, Wall, and kids from the reserve, and the kids from the reserve, there's no school on the reserve, so they go to the town of Wawa, so a lot of these kids are their buddies. And in the summertime, the kids that come to camp are a lot of kids who don't live in Wawa or Mishpachot, and they're visiting, and so they enjoy that opportunity to come home and get to be with their cousins and friends. And then there's so many toys out there that you can get for kids. There's so many, and this one is like all plastic, but you know, the kids can build this. There's 101 different projects in it, and they learn, you know, how a doorbell works, how the air conditioning works and stuff, and they actually build them. And it was a great learning process, and these kids are like, wow, they're dynamite with them. You just show them once and they got it down pat. And we go out on the land and stuff, and we try to talk about homes and everybody needing a place to live. And so we're along the beach here, and these little girls are finding bugs that were boring themselves into holes. So we talked about erosion of water, and why it's important that we have to watch things such as erosion and the damage that it causes. And so, yeah, they're just kids. They're so concerned. They can microscopically look at the world and sometimes help us remember how vital and how important the things are. And these sort of things, like taking them for hikes, just looking at where the rivers would come down and stuff, they enjoy those times. And they're great learning places for them, because they seem to really listen when you take them out in nature, just like we would too. Like, we have those memories of going out on the land, and those are so important. And this, like going into the teepee, wigwam, and just talking about the structure, you know, we're talking about ventilation and the importance of that, and just the basics to understand the simplicity of how a building envelope of a home really works, but looking at it and bringing children and then hearing what they have to say is mind-boggling. The questions they ask, like, you got to be ready all the time, because they got a lot of questions. And then like the hikes throughout the community, that's important, and people see them. People see the kids out and stuff, and so they like that, and they're so smart. Like, I was walking by here, and I remember, you know, this question being asked to us as a child, you know, at a graveyard, like, how many dead people are there? You know, and so I said that to these kids, and then one of them yells out, 215. And I was like, 215? And then I seen the T-shirt, and I realized, and I was like, oh my God, these kids, that's how they interpret the world. But so you end up talking about a lot of things with kids. They're interested in the world and what's going on, even that old bell there. So again, making a new line, new places to go. Oh, so different things that they're involved in too. I just mentioned this because I went up with them. We're doing a caribou assessment, a reassessment of caribou. So, I mean, we have to be cognizant of all the animals too, and their areas and places to live. So I went up my purpose was to look at some of the waterfall and the rivers that are around there. And it's mind-boggling to see how much land there is out there, but how much there really isn't. Like, how much do we really have to pay attention to? So that's just some of the land, shoreline, the Mishpachatan Reserve land base. And they try their best to always involve community band members. So these two gentlemen with me, one is the trapper there in orange, another one is a young man that they've brought on to work with the lands and resources, and he's sort of like a land monitor and surveyor, and then myself. But you know, their hope is that I will also teach someone there, so they have their own community energy champions or people involved, and keep building that community energy department, for lack of a better word, but that awareness. And kids, and acknowledgement period for us in our jobs, and as we go through life, I just find it's one of the most important things. And so at the camp, you know, I always try to have awards for all the kids for something, you know, like one is the most friendly participant, and this other one, she's the kindest. So there's just different things that kids, like, they do books, they talk about their own things about energy, they do their own journals, and I think it's great because they take that home and they show that to their parents or their grandparents and stuff, and then people realize what the kids are learning, but also what's important to them, eh? Like this little kid, you know, he made snow and was in a hot, hot summer day, and he thought that was so amazing. And that's his little award. And I do things in the newsletter, like this one was just talking about the significance of water. So we have a weekly newsletter, and then we have it on. We also put it online for community band members. And then this one was just talking about the significance of water and some of the teachings that I learned here at home in Wikwemikong from my grandmother and other elders, and how water is the blood of our people. Water is the blood of Mother Earth, and in that without it we wouldn't live, we wouldn't be able to survive. And so just go through some teachings. In my benchmarking analysis, I found that the propane prices and business and service that we had with Superior Propane was not up to par. And I started questioning that, and they told me to run with it. So I started going to other propane companies and stuff and doing a cost analysis and negotiating with them, and then ended up with a deal with this new company. And so we moved out from under Superior Propane, and we went to Donald Davidson Fuel, and managed to negotiate the same deal that we get for our volume for the community, also for band members. So these are just some things that I've been involving myself with. Again, like I do a tip line in the paper too. So doing it yourself, energy audits that you can do in your own home. And this is talking about like air ventilation in your home, heat and cooling, and how they enter your home. I mean, the envelope of your home is so important for sealing. Like all the spaces where you're losing air and heat. So stuff like this, and stuff is, I do a lot of researching, and then I just try to put it in a one-page snapshot for folks. This is one of the ones in the beginning, like when we have the community gatherings like this, you know, you try to put together some stuff to tell people about what it is you do and what some of your initiatives are. So at our disposal has been companies such as SIPS, who's been very helpful for myself as a CEC, and they've provided me with a lot of background background support and steering me in places I could possibly explore and go, just like ICE, the Indigenous Climate Energy. So they helped me do this, and then so these are things that I want to say, and this is one thing that my grandma, Jane Zach Mantwabi, she always said that knowledge is power, but only when it's shared. And I carry that with me all the time, that's what we can't hoard everything. The more we share with people and tell people, then the stronger that knowledge is and the further it will go. And someone taught us, so we're obliged to teach someone else. And then I changed up the bingo, and I call it power. It's called power bingo instead of bingo. And then so we'll say like under the P, and then I have all these different like I'll talk about PV or AC or all those terms, so that, and then and I'll have like a real short description of what it is, so that people learn, and then we run it like a regular bingo, and we have prizes and stuff. And then I'll do something like I'll just call out and say, can anybody tell me what a solar array is, or what it consists of? And then they have a cheat sheet too, but some of them will have played the bingo games, and they're like right in there. And whoever puts their hand up first, and answers, then they get a prize. So, and it's a way, because we have to get drawing cards for our community members. And just wanted to say that we need support, and with the kids, you know, like these two little girls, they tried so hard, and they ended up to be my little energy champions. And they were always there, and And I just want to say that everybody, no matter how big or small, or how much you don't think you do know something, and your input in your community energy plan is so important, and it's so vital, and even a question is important. And so, but it's all about working to get solutions together, and together we can build a foundation that we can hold each other up, and in that sacredness of the four teachings. And I just say with that, we'll be balanced, and together we can soar. And that's what I hope, sharing as CECs, and to support your CEC, and to come and learn from the people that he's managed to bring here. And love to hear from everybody, and I'm really happy to be home. So miigwech, thank you. So I don't know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. Try. Well, okay, well, if you want to ask me on the side, whatever. Thank you so much for your time. Okay.
Right on, Gina. It's really good to see the work that you're doing in Mishpicot. And when you talk about the little kids, I was there, I think last September or September before, and there's maybe a couple streets going off the main road, and this is by the water, I guess. And there's one small section, probably the length of the tables here, where there's a sign that says "Children Playing." And then on the other side, that's where the other sign is, children playing. And wouldn't you know it, there was 10 children playing in between the signs on the road. I said, whoever public works person really knows their kids in the community. But it's good to see the work that you're doing on the energy file, and I think there'll be plenty of questions in a more personal setting from individuals here. So thank you, Gina. And we're going to move on to Alyssa here, who's going to share her experience as an energy champion in her community. So we'll get that set up here. Speaking in front of people.
Oneen. My name is Alyssa Warren, and I'm the Community Energy Champion for, uh-oh. Do we know which button we're supposed to push? I'll try. Okay. Honey, my name is Alyssa Warren, and I'm the Community Energy Champion for Georgina Island. I've been a proud member of the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation for 31 years now. um, I went to college for fish and wildlife technician. Um, my position falls under the environmental department as renewable energy is to help lower the energy use for the environment. Fun fact, I love to take my cat Moose for walks on trails. The end goal is to be able to take him camping. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was hoping this would go a lot smoother.
Sit in front, you tell me when to change.
Georgina Island, yes. Okay, so Georgina Island is about 100 kilometers north of Toronto. It is the largest island on Lake Simcoe alongside our other two islands that are smaller in size, Snake and Fox Island. There is approximately 823 members, about 205 reside on the reserve. You must travel to the island by boat. We have a car ferry that we call the Ajoie, which means to go across. In the winter, ferries stop running, and we must travel by scoot, which is a boat with an airplane propeller on the back, or by side-by-sides. Eventually, once the ice is thick enough, you can drive across. It takes about a bit to get used to the different transportations. I can't tell you for how long, since I'm still not a fan of scoot season myself. Energy is a priority on the island because we use it in almost everything we do. So this year we ended up running the ferry because the ice conditions weren't the best for residents to start driving on. So the ferry is now on out of the water and dry docked, which is for maintenance, but it takes a bit off of our getting stuff over to the island. We don't have transportation at the moment. So the only transportation that we do have is through water taxi, which only takes passengers. So our vehicles are on the mainland. So if you don't have one on the island, it's a little difficult to travel just by foot, I guess. The boat will go back into the water once the maintenance is done, and hopefully that's back in within 3 to 4 weeks, and I can start working on more of my projects. Next. Initiatives and training. When I first started as a community energy champion, I was coming from an environmental background, so all energy terms were new to me. I remember when I was reading my energy plan and thinking the word gigajoule was a made-up word. I didn't know it was a unit of energy. The training that ISO and the Ontario First Nation Technical Service gave to us CECs when I first started 4 and a bit years ago helped me understand all these new energy terms and helped me understand my role as a community energy champion. Educating my community is important to me because I believe everyone should know about the renewable energy savings opportunities out there so they can lower their carbon footprint and lower electricity costs, which sometimes are an issue on the island. Our youth are the future. Educating them is the importance of renewable energy as well as energy efficiency is key to creating healthy environment for the many generations to come. I've organized to have Elephant Thoughts come to the school and teach the children about renewable energy. They get to build and play with renewable energy toys and learn how they work. I've heard nothing but good things about the program. The teachers have told me that the children have spoke about their experiences days later. Doing any sort of outreach with the community helps me to learn more as well. The top picture on the screen there is a game that I made for the children. It's one of those little origami like things that we used to play with when we were little. So they have they have choice of choosing out of 4 different renewable energies. Each one has 2 questions and 2 answers. So making this has also helped me learn a little bit more about those 4 options as well. Our youth are the future. Educating them on the importance of renewable energy as well as energy efficiency is key to creating a healthy environment for the many generations to come. There is a high interest in energy efficiency from the community, but the participation in the community is low. I find as soon as you start to add incentives, it seems to bring the community out more. All you gotta say is con dogs and they come running. But once they're there, they participate. Next, please. So one of the things that I have done is these community energy kits. Back in when COVID was around and all those restrictions, I was trying to think of different ways to get the community involved without being in person like the restrictions. So the first kit that I did were energizing kits. So each household received LED light bulbs, weather stripping, window shrink and seal wrap, and caulking cord weather seal. All of this was to help save energy in the winter by stopping any sort of draft to help the heat not have to run as often and lower electricity costs. So I made posters and hung them up on the ferry boat, the band office, community center, and the community social media to let residents know when I would be delivering and to watch for an orange bucket on their porches. I've realized that not being able to engage with the community members face-to-face or in person was difficult. I found because communication is more effective and it helps to build stronger relationships and increase engagement with the community. So this other one that I worked on was an education piece. It's an energy video. This video was made as an education piece for the community to learn a little bit about the history of the island and what all the environmental department does, and also to teach the community of Georgina Island's energy use and what we want to work towards in terms of reducing energy use. We started filming late summer, early fall in 2021. Winter became a challenge for recording as the ice conditions. They didn't want to risk the equipment on the scoot or the side-by-side, so I did a couple of the recordings in the office and sent it over to Key West, who were our production company, to add to our video. And then once we finished filming in the spring of 2022, I coordinated interviews with the chief, with a council member and an elder, and the environmental department manager. And they all provided good feedback. You do get to see the video today, if we can.
Energy can mean a lot of things. It can be spirituality, because our bodies are full of energy. Energy is also hydro, wood burning, wood stoves, gas, propane, oil. That is a lot of energy that we use on Georgian Island.
I have a diary from an aunt, and she said in her diary that on January the 16th, 1959, the lights went on Georgina Island. And of course it was winter, and there was ice on the lake. So she was very pregnant with twins, but she walked over to get light bulbs.
When I was born, there was no hydro over here on the island, so I've seen the phases that we've gone through in relation to energy, that we've seen the coal oil lamps in my granny's house.
Our house was a log house, and it was all the wiring was outside on the walls, the great big brown switch. And I remember it was just getting dark, maybe about 5 o'clock, and my grandfather said, "Okay, turn the switch on." And I turned the switch on, and everything was so bright because we had been just using an oil lamp, and it was amazing.
As a First Nations community, the relationship between energy and environment is important. In 2003, a delivery fee was implemented due to the sale of Hydro One. This was a costly burden for our community members, and it was at that time that our leadership had decided that we wanted to look at different ways to generate our own energy here in the community.
A lot of our community is on propane furnaces, and the increased costs are concerning to the membership, as well as the First Nation, because our transportation service use a lot of oil and gas to make our ferry boat run. So the costs have gone up like over half of the amount we pay. It's like tripled in the energy we've used for that ferry boat since the day we had it brought into the community, our new vessel.
Our community uses fossil fuels to operate our vehicles and our ferry boat. And based on the community energy plan, we know that the ferry boat is a large consumer of energy. As inherent stewards of the land, we prioritize clean energy that will be less evasive to the environment. This is why we've entered into energy programming and hired a community energy champion to help us explore those opportunities.
My name's Alyssa Warren. I grew up here on Georgina Island. I went to college and became a fish and wildlife technician, and I am now the community energy champion for Georgina Island. My role as a community energy champion is to help the residents find ways to conserve energy use in their homes and looking for renewable energy opportunities for the community itself. From outreach, energy conservation kits, elephant thoughts for the students at the school where they would learn and build renewable energy toys, the First Nations conservation program where residents got to switch their old appliances for energy efficient ones, and a feasibility study for more net metering for band-owned buildings.
As stewards of the land, we want to ensure that the energy that's produced is affordable, and yet we want to make it evident that it's our responsibility to do something towards climate change and ensure that our future generations have the ability to have the same life that we have and enjoy the land.
We would like to see more solar projects here. We had one solar project developed for the solar panels on buildings, but it becomes costly. So I would like to see more incentives from the government for programs for solar power.
My vision of energy for Georgina Island would be to make it more energy efficient by adding more solar net metering to band-owned buildings to potentially make the buildings energy self-efficient and lower electricity costs.
We are innovators, we are groundbreakers in areas of moving forward in developing safe, reliable mechanisms for our community.
What's next for me is to continue looking for more renewable energy options for my community and educating them on energy. And what I'm excited moving forward is I'm excited to continue and finish the 2 projects that I have currently am currently managing, which are band office. I'm getting solar onto the band office, and recently. We're in the contract part stage of this one, but we're going to be doing electrical vehicle charger installation project as well. So that's Miigwech. Thank you. Questions? Yeah. Yeah. Pardon? My community actually put in an application to the ZBIT, which is a zero emissions vehicle infrastructure program, I think it's called. And we got approved. We're just in the contract stage right now. So we have 10 chargers we're gonna put in on our community, on our mainland community areas. Yeah. 10. So we plan on putting 4 fast chargers in, hopefully soon. 4 fast chargers, and then we have 3 level 2s. Duals going into a couple of our parking lots. Yeah.
Have you decided on which product you're going to install yet, or are you still working through that?
I think we're still looking through that. If you have any information, I'd be like, sure, okay. Anything else? So far, I think we only have 1, and it's actually a younger person that actually she just got an all EV Mustang, and I've had an opportunity last week, or I think it was last week, there was a plug and drive event in Six Nations, and I got to test out 5 of them, so. I'm excited, and I want to look into it as well. So, anything else? Thank you.
Good job, Alyssa. And good job on your video. I think it explained a lot about your community's goals and the work that you are doing. So, miigwech. So our next presenter is going to be Kim Neal and Natural Assets Initiative. So. break. You just had a break.
I'll be pretty quick. How do we plug it in here? Uh-oh. I gave this to Sue, too. I wonder if I don't have the...
Whoa.
Oh, it just comes off. Oh, yeah, I need a mini one. It doesn't have a U. It's a Microsoft Surface. Oh, yeah, that's what I need. Yep. I think that's it. No.
No, it must be a Microsoft thing.
Yeah.
Do you have it on USB at all?
Mini ones.
Do you have it on USB at all?
USB. Their USB. He has one. A USB connector.
Try.
Ashley, you are really... Wow, Ashley. Wow. I think you're...
I don't know if it's gonna work.
Oh, wow.
Is that the only connection?
Let's see if it goes. It says it's connecting.
Just watch it slip off on you.
Okay.
Should I put maybe a piece of tape here?
Right.
I don't know if it's gonna work.
Can you get your email on that?
You have USB, or you got a USB for another laptop, or you email it?
I emailed it to you, but I can email it to somebody and throw it on a USB.
Does it show you like when it come out?
Yeah, let's exit this.
And go to your display. Where do you find your settings?
Oh, what, did it just move? What just happened there? Oh, maybe my computer just
Let's
died.
see. Is the computer died?
Maybe.
You got a power cord?
No.
No?
It's a main call. I think my computer died. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna, like, be on my computer. Maybe he'll get it on for me and then. And then we'll just put it on a USB. Oh, sweet.
Your battery just died. Did it? That's funny. We had a plug in there.
Where's your HDMI?
Oh, it's on that side.
Just a little more.
I have to move this.
Did you get this email? Oh, God,
Yeah. It's new. Brand new.
This is going to be great, Sue. Then it's all set up for you right after.
Am I next? Jeez. You sent it, eh? This internet's not even loading.
Are you connected?
I'm on the internet, the Wi-Fi. Okay, here we go, Camille. Here we go.
It was
Perfect.
a backup to send it to him.
Perfect.
Right.
Contingencies
Okay.
are always good.
Yeah.
That's what you need with renewables.
Right? So much.
Start you off again. Ahem. So we're going to start this off again. And please welcome Kim Neal here to provide a presentation from Natural Assets Initiative. So please welcome Kim.
Miigwech. Yeah, I really loved the presentation this morning and all of your presentations so far, and they've really just sparked so many ideas, and that's really great. And that's what these symposiums are for, and so I'm so thankful to be here and just seeing more of these kinds of events happening here on Manitoulin Island. It really just demonstrates to me like Wikwemikong's continued leadership in climate change, and that's really important to me. And why? Well, I live here on Manitoulin Island. I live in Kagawong. My family is originally, well, my mother is originally from the Nipissing First Nation. She's a Peltier, so maybe I have some relatives here in Wikwemikong, you never know. I moved to the island permanently in 2020 and was hired by the Township of Billings and the Municipality of Central Manitoulin to be their climate change coordinator. So from 2020 to 2021, I did an island-wide greenhouse gas inventory and wrote 2 community energy and emission plans here for the island. When I was writing those community energy and emissions plans, and you know, one of the key findings that we found here of overall greenhouse gases here on Manitoulin Island was that, like, actually, when you begin to factor in all of the beautiful natural assets that exist here on Manitoulin Island, and you think about like our energy consumption overall, we are actually net zero. And that's a really important factor. And when I was doing these energy plans here on the island, I found the Natural Asset Initiative. It's a national not-for-profit that has pioneered taking all of our amazing geospatial information and data and putting it into a format that we can actually use to make decisions. And that was really important to me. And so I really, I thought the Natural Assets Initiative was like critical for our island. I think that factoring in our natural assets and the services they're providing here in our community was a critical component, because yes, I do think that we should reduce our energy consumption. Yes, I do think that we should reduce fossil fuels, but biodiversity loss for me as an Indigenous person is, closer to my heart sometimes than energy. Although I did do the energy advisor training to become an energy but it was terrible, and I think that we've heard a few times today. It would have cost me like $10,000 to start my own business here, to start doing energy audits here on the island, and then I would have been restricted. And I wouldn't be able to give people actual advice on should you get new windows or should you put in solar and da-da-da. Like, as an energy advisor under the current program, you go in, you do the inventory, and you leave. And that was an issue for me. So I ended up not becoming an energy advisor, and I actually ended up getting a job with the Natural Assets Initiative, where we work with communities all over Canada from coast to coast to coast, doing natural asset inventories. I also founded in 2021 the Manitoulin Climate Collaborative. It's a not-for-profit here on Manitoulin Island. And to date, we've done a number of projects. We actually did apply to the ZVIP program to install 10 electric vehicle charging stations here with the United Manitoulin Island Transit, but then they went bankrupt. So anyways, that's a whole other story. We can talk about that later. But one of the other projects that I'm working on right now with the Manitoulin Climate Collaborative is with the Indigenous Clean Energy, I'm helping them put together a loan program so that Indigenous people can actually access private capital to do energy upgrades in their homes, and that the Indigenous Clean Energy program will actually issue those loans. Because right now, Indigenous people, when they go to a bank and say, I want to get some solar, I want to access that $5,000, $5,600 from the government. Well, they have to fork out that $5,600 before they get it back. And so the Indigenous Clean Energy has hired myself and my partner, who is an accountant, to help put together a loan program. And then, as if I didn't have enough jobs, I don't get paid for all of these jobs. But sometimes I do, anyways. So in 2021, I also started working with the Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership. The Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership is a collaborative research partnership through the University of Guelph. The University of Guelph is my alma mater. I studied environmental engineering at the University of Guelph. The Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership was created in response to the Indigenous Circle of Experts report to actually implement and accelerate Indigenous protected and conserved areas in Canada. And so since the start of the CRP, that's what we call it, CRP, it's gone from like 2 IPCAs here in Canada to over 100. And I wouldn't say that the CRP is has caused all of those to happen, but it's a place for people to gather and share experiences and case studies. And one of the things that I'm focused on there, and what we've founded within the CRP, is the Restore, Assert, and Defend network, the RAD network. And that network is completely focused on Indigenous-led conservation finance. And I wanted to talk about all of these things that I'm sort of involved with because they're all connected together, and they all can drive energy efficiency and energy planning in First Nations, but through our relationships with land. And I think that that's a really important piece, and that's what drives me. I wanted to share this. Thank you, Dr. Pearson, today for outlining the climate atlas. I've already done a climate atlas analysis for all of Manitoulin Island. And here's are the top 10 climate risks that under the worst possible circumstances of climate change, this is what Manitoulin Island can expect to see. This is in the Central Manitoulin and the Township of Billings Community Energy Plan. And I really wanted to use it to educate folks about what we are potentially facing here on Manitoulin Island. Drought, more extreme heat days than even in Southern Ontario. What does that mean? Most people on Manitoulin Island don't even have air conditioning. We never needed to have it. But now our elderly, our most vulnerable populations, they will be the most susceptible to the extreme heat days. Wildfire is a huge risk for us as well. Precipitation, 60% increase under the worst circumstances of climate change here on Manitoulin Island. And that's why I think that natural assets are so important for us because all of our natural, we don't have culverts here on Manitoulin Island. We don't have manholes and cement floodwater mitigation. We have wetlands, we have swamps, we have marshes, and those are our most valuable assets. And you know what? People aren't counting them. That's why I went to go and work for the Natural Assets Initiative, and that's where I spend most of my time right now. What we do is we're trying to mainstream natural asset management. In 2018, when our not-for-profit started, basically 0 communities in Canada actually counted natural assets on their balance sheet. That effectively gave them a value of 0. It meant that we weren't counting the value of that wetland to purify our water for our communities. And this is what we're doing across the country. We are making natural asset management and putting some kind of value. I don't think that we believe that we have the answer to everything, but we have an answer that I think is leading to a better place. And that's a really important piece. Why this is scalable to us and why we think it's really working in the communities we work with is that we've really built it off of the very critical asset management approaches that have been replicated and scaled all across the country for engineered assets. We want people and communities to begin to inventory natural assets just like they inventory all of their buildings. You all have inventories of your buildings. You know exactly how much energy they consume. You know how many people use them. We don't know that about natural assets. In fact, very few communities do. And this is, we think this needs to change and that natural assets need to be incorporated in all community energy plans. These are just a few of the communities we've worked with. We've worked with over 120 communities. Most of them are municipalities, but I'm changing that. That's my job at the Natural Assets Initiative. One of my favorite projects, too, that we're working on right now is the Grindstone Creek watershed, and I think it's a really great example of collaborative work. This inventory took 3 years to create, and it's with Halton Conservation, the City of Hamilton, the City of Burlington, Royal Botanical Gardens, and now we've just started working with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Six Nations of the Grand River, because that's their traditional land. And they haven't had any opportunity ever to be involved in land use planning in one of the most populated areas in Canada that also has the highest flood risk in Canada. So now we're using this amazing inventory. Well, here's the inventory. This is what an inventory looks like. So we take all of that amazing geospatial, GIS, mapping data that a community might have, and we put it into pretty concrete financial terms. One of the pieces here that I think is really important is the service value that it provides in a community, and this is a really critical piece. We often, right now, most people just do evaluation of nature based on how much carbon it absorbs. We think that needs to change. Obviously, carbon sequestration in this particular watershed has a value, but that value wouldn't even exist if a market didn't exist to sell and trade it. We want to change that. This particular project now is expanding a little bit too, and I'll talk about that a bit later. So this is the first project that I worked on with the Natural Assets when I started working with them last year. This is a partnership between all of Treaty 1 First Nations in the Winnipeg metropolitan region And we've partnered with the Center of Indigenous Environmental Resources, which has a collaborative leadership initiative. And this particular inventory is the first inventory that we've sort of said, okay, well, yeah, I wanted to jump back to this one, because here are all these services, but none of those services, those ecosystem services that we're currently looking at in the field of natural asset management actually incorporate traditional knowledge. Food security, food sovereignty, culture, language, well-being. And we're changing that with this project that we just did in the Winnipeg metropolitan region. And in the next 12 months, we'll be working with 4 more First Nations in British Columbia. And this is primarily because we got a bunch of funding in British Columbia. So this has been a really great, accelerator for us. And I think that the 4 projects that we're working on in BC are important because how many of you guys have heard about the Blueberry First Nation cumulative impacts decision? One person. So I'll give you a rundown of it. The Blueberry First Nation is, in Treaty 8. It's in the northern central BC. It's downstream from a significant amount of industrial operations, from oil and gas, Site C, the largest hydroelectric dam in all of Canada. And so the Blueberry First Nation was like, hey, province, we don't really want Site C, this hydroelectric dam. Like, we already have a ton of cumulative impact damage here in our territory. But the province still went ahead and failed to uphold their duty to consult and uphold the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So Blueberry First Nation sued them. And in January, they won. And it has changed everything. Absolutely everything. From my perspective anyways. But I think from many different perspectives. The reason why now, first of all, the 3 of these 4 First Nations that we're working with are in Treaty 8 territory. They're the other First Nations that are impacted by the cumulative impacts of all of the industrialization, and they can't pinpoint it to one. They can't pinpoint it to, Site C or the oil and gas or whatever. So the province has just created a $200 million endowment fund for Blueberry First Nation to begin restoring their lands. But now, all 3 of these other First Nations in Treaty 8 will also now be receiving $200 million endowment funds so that they can begin to actually realize land back. And this is this is why I think this is a pathway. And I think land back can have many meanings to many different people. And I think Indigenous protected and conserved areas and focusing on cumulative impacts on our lands is the pathway to true economic reconciliation. And we would like for natural asset management to actually help that occur. We want to use natural asset management as a tool to uphold the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And one of the things that I'm writing this year is a standard, a new national standard, to actually integrate United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People into some of the work that we do. One of the other standards that I'm sort of halfway through writing right now, and I would love anybody who wants to participate in some of this, is right now, most of our organizations have to adhere to public sector accounting board standards. So that means that we have to have balance sheets and accounting and reporting and all of this stuff. Here's the thing, the public sector accounting board does not include nature. So that means that every single public entity in Canada doesn't even have a pathway to actually include nature on their financial reports. So we're writing a new standard, a new voluntary standard, a new national voluntary standard. So any public sector entity that follows the Public Sector Accounting Board standard can actually choose to include nature into their balance sheets if they want to. And that's going through like a huge consultation phase. We have the First Nations Financial Management Board, the Center for, the Indigenous Center for Cumulative Effects, and a number of other Indigenous communities and organizations involved. But what I would really love to see is more folks on Manitoulin Island, because hey, I'm from here, and this place is different than anywhere else in this country. And like we can show that. And I think, again, this community in Wikwemikong, I think, is leading that. The next piece, one of the other projects that I get to work on that is really super fun is actually taking one of our natural asset management programs or inventories to a financing model. And actually financing it and trying to find something different than carbon offsets to finance land back. And this is a bit of a conceptual model of what we're working with to do that. One of the major things that we're hearing, now that I've been involved with the Conservation Through Reconciliation Partnership for a long time, and we've been looking at a ton of case studies of the over 100 Indigenous protected and conserved areas here in Canada, one of the ways that they're, one of the big barriers that they have is they're completely reliant on either public funds or philanthropic funds to actually fund their programming. And I think that that's true with most of our community energy champion programs as well. And I would like to disrupt that. I think that, I don't want to see the communities that we work with completely reliant on whether or not a grant gets approved. That just is not a sustainable model. So one of the, and this is really how I hope this, turns back to why natural assets are so important to include in your holistic community energy plan, is that I think that nature can fund all of our climate actions. I think that if we access the private sector in a holistic way, and we don't just rely on carbon credits and carbon offsets, but we do it in a way that actually holds nature in the common interest of everyone, that the private sector will follow. And this is this particular conceptual model that I built for the Grindstone Creek watershed has now received over $5 million of funding from the private sector. And the reason why, primarily, is that we're trying to take this away from this land trust model. Land trusts are great. I don't dislike them. Of the Indigenous protected and conserved areas that exist right now, over 50% of them actually deploy a land trust model to fund and continuously fund their land guardian programs and a number of other activities that they need to do for restoration. But it forces First Nations and communities in general to incorporate and to achieve charitable status, many of which are barriers. And they take time, they take capacity. A common asset trust is very different. You don't need to own the land. It is about communities coming together and agreeing to take on all of their different responsibilities within a watershed. One of the responsibilities that the Mississaugas of the Credit, for instance, will be taking in the Grindstone Creek watershed is, validation. They will now be getting paid by Halton Conservation to validate all of Halton Conservation's work. And that is a way to incorporate Indigenous knowledge into some of these decisions that are being made at the watershed scale, and land use planning that First Nations have never been included in before. And so this is why I think, common asset trusts are the next phase of financing nature. The next piece of that, obviously, though, is that most Indigenous nations who do have land trusts aren't just using the investment income from those land trusts to do restoration, they're also using it for language revitalization, youth engagement, community energy planning, hiring community energy planning, affordable housing. This is how nature can help us meet some of our energy goals. So yeah, that's all I got. Sit.
Are there any questions?
Robert Courier, Wikwemikong. Not a question. It's a request for your expertise and help. And this is coming from me. Wikwemikong, years ago, lost the original boundaries of Wikwemikong because of a survey instructions from the Indian agent of the day. The original boundaries of Wikwemikong started, and there's evidence of this, at the lighthouse right almost downtown Manitowoc. And it went to where Red Lodge is right now, or was there. It's now owned by somebody else. And in the day, after this happened, there was 2 vehicles in Wikwemikong. One was owned by G.Z. Jocko. The other one was owned by Wilford Peltry. 2, antiques today. But in those days, they were the vehicle on the road. The only place they could drive those vehicles were on Wikwemikong Reserve land. And it went to where the Manitowoc Lodge used to be, and that's where they used to park. And from there, they had to walk because they didn't have no driver's license, no license to put these vehicles on provincial land. They had to walk into Manitowoc to go and conduct their business, which isn't all that far. And then they walked back again. But they're on Wikwemikong land. And that land stretched from that Manitowoc Lighthouse where it is now, all the way down Clover Valley Road to South Bay. Now Wikwemikong, because of the Indian agents' instructions to the surveyor, lost thousands of acres of land there, which is still there, but owned by the farmers now and the other cottage developers. So this is where we need your help. Now the Mohawks of Bay Quinton, the same thing happened to them as to what happened to Wikwemikong. They got a settlement there just this past fall because of loss of use of their land, and they got millions and millions. I think it was over $300 million because of that. So Wikwemikong has that opportunity to do the same thing as the Mohawks of Bay of Quinton. And I brought this up before, but we need your expertise to take all the way to the distance to get a settlement for Wikwemikong. We won't get the land back, but we could get the money to buy this land back. And Wikwemikong already has done steps in that direction and bought the Mitchell farm, the McDougall farm up on the Highway 6 and all that. Steps has already been taken in that direction. But we need a hell of a lot more money to buy the rest of this land back on behalf of the people of Wikwemikong. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'll do a natural asset inventory for Wikwemikong any day. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. If you think it's useful, I'm here for it. All right. Okay. We'll talk.
Yeah, just two questions about threading that sensitivity, because you say when you talk about the common assets component and how you need that united front, and then here we are as First Nations people still fighting for land back, like just what Bobby mentioned. But I mean, so how does that work when there's cases before the courts where land matters haven't even been settled? And then also when you look at UNDRIP, UNDRIP is only probably recognized in the province of BC and is really being implemented. Other places like Ontario, it's just a fancy word right now. So
I know. That's probably why we got funding for the 4 First Nations to do this UNDRIP work, is because you're right, the province actually has DRIPA, which is their expression of UNDRIP. You know, I work a lot with the Wakatoan Development Corporation, and they're actually co-founders of the RAD network as well. I think there is opportunity to use tools like natural asset management and inventories, and if we actually, you know, one of the pieces is to actually incorporate cumulative effects into our natural asset inventories. And that's a really big piece that I am working on, because right now we don't necessarily always include cumulative effects in, and I think that could force the province. You know, I look at the Robinson Huron Treaty case in The Economist that came and gave the $100 billion number. I looked at his papers, and you know, I agree with that valuation. But if you have your own inventory outside of those court cases, then I feel like you can use it to exert your rights and push the province. Like, we have a lot of work to do here in Ontario. First, we need to vote out Doug Ford, obviously, but you know, should I not say that? But you know, like, I think that I feel like these tools can be something to push the province, like coming to the table armed with economic data to say, here's what economic reconciliation, like the actual dollar value is for us, based on science. You know, Gina, I really love the caribou survey that you're doing. That is really important, not just for your people, but those caribou offer a service that if those caribou didn't exist tomorrow, how much would it cost to replace that food source? It would probably be over $20 million a year. And like, those are the numbers I want communities to be using to sort of say, like, when I ask for, you know, when you as a community ask for, you know, $500,000 to do your caribou study, you know, well, you're protecting a $20 million asset when you ask for that amount of money. So those are the sort of practical ways I think this can be used. And then the baby steps, like, for our province. Because you're right, like, that's why I spend a lot of time in BC. Because DRIPA exists. And I can start pushing boundaries there that I don't necessarily feel like I can push as much here. But it doesn't mean that First Nations in Ontario can't do natural asset inventories and get their ducks in a row for when that policy wind shifts. Because it's going to shift, and I know it will. It's too important not to. It's a really good question. Is that it?
So,
We do. What's the question?
So I got a question for you, Kim. You're talking about a different model and referencing a policy shift, but I guess maybe you can explain a little bit more on how to actually quantify the values of these assets and which mechanism are used. Yes.
It's a really good question.
Sorry.
Yeah. Why don't we use this table? And I'll give you them. First of all, at the Natural Assets Initiative, we have 3 ecological economists that work with us. And they've been in the field for a really long time. And so we use 4 different ways, usually, to value a natural asset. One of them is replacement cost. So again, if your caribou herd didn't exist tomorrow, what would it be to replace it? That's one way to value it. But the other way to value it is what services is it providing to the community? What nutritional food source is it providing? What cultural piece is it? And so with caribou, for instance, the valuations that we've done about caribou, we don't say replacement cost. We say, what was the value that was providing in the community? So that's another way to value it. For agriculture, and I really want to give a caveat to agriculture, it's the food cost price, right? It's the market value of that food and the production value of that land. So it's a very different way to value that versus like a meadow or a forest or a swamp. And then some of the recreation and tourism valuations that we do, we start looking at local economic development numbers. So one of the things that when I think about Manitoulin Island, I would start using the land back economic development numbers or the numbers that our communities have of people come here to Manitoulin because of our beautiful forests, because of the cup and saucer, because, look at Wikwemikong. The best, I think, tourism, economic development on the island. People come here for that. And so we would start looking at those numbers to start getting your recreational valuations. So that's just some examples. The methodology for all of these different services is different. And we do it with communities. Like we have to. Like we might say, oh yeah, let's use a replacement cost value. But we can't actually get at those replacement cost values unless we're working directly with the community and understanding what it actually would cost to replace like a wetland or something like that. So yeah, our reports are kind of long, because they do give you like all of our background information on how we do the valuations. Because it's a really, really good question, though.
Yeah, and I was just curious because I know some of the municipalities, there are values placed on some of what they view as natural assets, like the trees that line the city streets, and there are insurable. They're insured. Every single tree is insured at an amount, and every time a branch falls, they put a claim into insurance.
Yeah. Oddly, this is really funny. The insurance companies are the ones who just gave us $5 million to start our common asset trust. Because they see and maybe I should give some background. I come from the insurance industry. I used to be an environmental underwriter. So essentially I used to look at companies to say like, okay, like, are they gonna like have an oil spill tomorrow or not? Like, should I insure them for $20 million or not? And so like bringing that now to the climate change space has been really important. And insurance companies know that for every dollar they spend on climate mitigation or flood mitigation, they get back $4 in post-loss, post-flood. So they kind of know, like, anyways, so if you want money and you're doing cool projects like this, go to insurance companies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the valuation on tourism and the business opportunities, that is one strategy that was employed by our team here specifically for land back and demonstrating opportunities for land that was considered alternate lands that could not be returned to our community. So these tools are very helpful in negotiations.
Oh, very helpful. And one of the other ones, so the 4 First Nations that we're working with in BC, I'm looking to expand this list of services by actually applying, like many First Nations have traditional use and occupation surveys, right? So we could use that to actually put a separate value from recreation and tourism on culture and well-being, which has not really been done before. We did it once after the Elephant Hill fire in British Columbia, but that has now resulted in that particular community receiving, again, another $250 million endowment for their land back and for their restoration after that fire. But it wasn't, they wouldn't have received, I don't think, as much if we hadn't incorporated a new service sort of valuation on culture and well-being. And like, I know that some people might not feel comfortable with that, but when you've lost so much, you have to give some kind of evidence, and compel the folks sometimes that this was. This is the reason why we have high diabetes rates. This is the reason why we have high mental health. And so one of the pieces that I really would love to start working in is, mental health pieces as well, and health data that like all of our First Nations have. But we don't necessarily always correlate to this climate change in nature and land. So
well, you can definitely work towards the effects of dispossession from the land.
Yeah.
And those are the what you're referring to, the mental health aspects and health and in general, because dispossession from the land has had a direct impact on overall health of not only First Nation communities but many others.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you, Kim. Oh, hold on, one more.
Have you ever come across the spiritual connection to the land and assessing that? So I too, like Gina, worked for Hydro One, and as part of our negotiations with one of the First Nation communities in southwestern Ontario was with regards to their claim. It was a real estate transaction, and they were trying to get Hydro One to assess the spiritual connection to the land different from the real estate transaction. So I don't know if you've ever come across anything like that.
I think the only example I can give right now is the natural capital valuation we did for Elephant Hill, which I can share. Yeah, and we went to culture and well-being. You know, that's we hopefully, but I think, you know, there's work that can be done in this area, and I think that ecosystem services, like the term ecosystem services, needs to expand to have that relationship component built in. But we have some different ideas about how to do some valuations on that. So I can definitely talk to you about that.
I do, I guess in part answer to that, the Anishinaabe Nation itself is currently doing a valuation project for natural resource corridors, and it's called Spirit of the Land. So they're incorporating the cultural teachings and knowledge of the land occupancy and use. So there's a project. I'm not sure exactly when it's to be completed, but a report is definitely going to be coming out soon.
Actually, that's what I was just going to talk about. Yeah, yeah. I think it's been going on for about 4 years that they've been working on the cultural significance of land loss, right? And I think there's one more year, and then they'll be coming out with a report after that. But I could actually get you that information, direct information for that, because I sit with them when we talk about that stuff.
I guess that's why I'm not supposed to really talk, eh? But another round of applause for the presentation. And I think take a five-minute break there so we can get set up for the next presentation. And we're going to hear from Sue Manitowabi, who's our energy planner at Wikwemikong Development Commission. So a 5-minute break. result of a number of discussions over many years and under many leadership tenures, and I think the much discussions have happened over the years in regards to renewable energy, and I know that there's been many community meetings that have taken place to consider renewable energy projects, and we're going to hear from Sue Manitowabi on much of the developments over time. And you can see in our community that there's been investments into solar and community retrofit of our buildings. There's been also installations of geothermal and a sharp focus in regards to conservation efforts, as well as efficiencies within not only our homes but our community buildings, to ensure that the efficiencies can be maintained through small investments by fitting the vapor barriers and wind barriers, and ensure that there aren't any drafts in the windows. And so those kinds of projects have taken place. We've also been heavily involved in biomass, where there's investments into pellet stoves, and ensuring that each of our community members, the households that wish to, transition their heating source to pellet stove furnaces or pellet stove wood stoves. I don't even know what the term is, pellet stove wood stoves. That doesn't sound right. And I have one. But I know pellet furnaces is the correct term for a furnace retrofit, from removing your reliance upon the oil and gas industry. And I think that a lot of that work was very helpful to many of our community members, because they were able to replace their older appliances and get some new technology, and especially with the wood burning appliances, there were very much better efficiencies that they realized as a result of attaining newer wood burning appliances. I'll call it an appliance, so maybe that's safer. But I think the reliance upon our community energy planners is important, and continued support of them, because of the many options that are available to us nowadays, as you've heard throughout the day, that could be considered. And there's many new technologies that exist within those very specific industries of solar, wind, and others, that and geothermal, and as well as the new construction materials that are available for supporting not only housing but also community buildings that are required to support our populations. So with that, I want to allow Sue Manitowabi to go into detail with the community energy plan, and I know that he's being supported currently by can't even read, I'm getting old here too. Cambium Indigenous Professional Services in updating our community energy plan. So he'll be telling us a little bit about that process, as well as what options are under consideration for Wikwemikong, and not only from the past but going into the future. So Sue.
Miigwech. I'm gonna do the old school paper. Just kidding. No, I'm gonna talk a little bit about just history and kind of things happening and the dynamics with the energy plan. But we will go through some slides on the biomass after I do a little bit of talking. But right now, currently, we're working with SIPS to revise and update the community energy plan to find where the need is and prioritize where we're going to make the focus for our energy retrofits from every building, like the arena, the bigger residential buildings. private homeowners, ban property rentals. So SIPS is working with Wikwemikong. They have the engineers with them in Sarah Jane's group. Sarah Jane Sully is the director. SIPS is an identity to help with Indigenous progression and with their energy plans to help with every step right from the beginning stages. As Gina said, in her community, they have to start with the homes and then find what homes they're gonna choose and what styles and what type of heating grid maybe, if they're gonna use different technologies for heating, wood, electric, biomass, or gas. So we're working with SIPS, and right now we're doing the information gathering from every community building with the gas consumption, electricity, fuel, furnace fuel, everything that's needed to run our homes and our buildings. They're going to establish the benchmarks to focus and present it to the community of how we could go forward to identify the needs and prioritize with time, efficiency, the monies, because that's a learning curve over the projects, is to focus on the best bang for your buck kind of thing. The previous projects we worked in Wikwemikong all the way back since the energy plan started years back, was it 2014? 17 initiated. There's been many things looked at back then. They want to 2015, they had open house with the energy plan. Kind of like this, we had community outreach in the summer of 2015. Science projects, awareness education. Many workshops through 2016. The introduction, the planning, demonstration, presentations on how we could initiate these retrofits and the planning phases and the next steps. We started in 2016, and then looking at focusing on bioheat and conversions, offsetting costs for heating. Those are some of the focuses. In 2017, 18, there's a little bit of a vacancy. Was it a year and a half? The previous energy planner, David, he went on to newer work, and Wiki was allocated the project to do the biomass with the retrofits for like bigger residential home buildings, the 30-plex, the Potawatomi, Pitawanakwit corridor, the 8-plex units, a few other multi-unit home rentals, and they gave the go-ahead to also do residential retrofits with the furnaces and boilers. So that all started, was granted, and the first phase of that was to retrofit secondary heating options with the pellet stoves, and that was the first 2018-19 it started, and that was about 100 units that took place in the community. Secondary heating, meaning instead of some of them had furnace fuel as primary. Secondary was either their electric or, but they were given an option to take the pellet stoves, which 100 units went in. There was a lot of learning from just that time. The biomass was looked at as it's really clean, and the burn BTU efficiency is really high compared to other types of biomass, like natural like a dried out hardwood log. So, but the thing was the cleaning. the cleaning was not. There's a learning. People are not used to putting the time and the amount of time and the frequencies of time, like in a month, to clean a heating device. So a lot of it was different feedback and kind of understanding that those social things about people, what types of energies are they willing to accept as to change, this transition. So that helped us with the next focus of the projects was the boilers and the auto pellet furnace. We had to really focus and take into consideration of the capacity of someone. Are they willing to learn? Are they willing to educate themselves and take the learning curve, which is quite a lot of work to understand the technologies of the newer systems. So the furnace are being installed now. The boilers are finished, the ones we had for us lined up for the buildings. We retrofitted a few of the bigger residents, Wikwemikong 30 unit, a lot of other residential buildings. And then we're on to the homes, and I'm going to go through this slide here, or start it. Okay, the solid wood bioheat. Formerly, it says David Sinway was helping with at the beginning of the projects. I joined in beginning of 2020, and I not knowingly that I knew what the wood pellets what it was intended for. It was a higher efficiency to burn in biomass, and I learned that I start to learn what the pellet stoves were, what was the purpose, and how it was working for folks, and a lot of the feedback. So I had to really take it on and focus on how we could really push this forward to show people the benefits. And the furnaces were a lot more different in how they were comparable to the pellet stoves. The pellet stoves were a lot more intervals of cleaning and everything, but here's our community, Wikwemikong. And this is for the folks that are not familiar, like we have a Point Grandin Reserve as well. And then there's the other nations on the island. And then the smaller ones on the east here. So it started off why bioheat. A couple of the good things we learned was it's considered carbon neutral, meaning the greenhouse gas is very minimal to comparable to furnace fuel, even firewood, wood stoves, and other types of burning fuels. Things that are going to happen from the use of pellets is kind of revitalizing the forest. So the ministry is looking at it to help with the forestry to vitalizing and utilizing the forest floor that's just left there to rot. Like if you are familiar before, they would just basically contract individual trained forest firefighters or personnel companies to go into cutovers and burn up leftover piles of debris. So it's quite a lot of work was done to manage the forest in those methods, and now they're saying we could be using that for pellets and utilize as heating. A couple of other things in the community started in 2018-19. They initiated industrial park, the silos for our logistics distribution plan. So our supply chain and pellet manufacturing is starting to be looked at. Back then, it's been in the works, I think, like 7 years. And we're looking at a pellet facility in the North Shore area to work with this technology and this biomass and become a manufacturer and producer. A lot of the community buildings would benefit. They thought the offset costs is, well, especially with the fuel costs increase now, it's like, I think we're outbeating it by 80% comparable numbers now, compared to the dollar per liter, even the BTU factor with the BTU of the wood pellet. You still have the transportation drawbacks, like you do have to truck in pellets. So things that we look at all that, and it's working with the project. The scope of the project was we started with the communication awareness. Duke was here a lot. They came in. They did the pellet stove demonstrations, showcase. And then now we're at the furnaces and boilers. And everything, they purchased a delivery truck, 13-ton delivery wood pellet truck. That was a big purchase and commitment. That was well into the upper hundreds of thousands. And supply chain, we had to create agreements with pellet manufacturers in Ontario, Quebec, Southern Ontario. And here's some numbers of targets. 258,000 liters of fuel oil equals 704 tons of greenhouse gas. I'm not sure if you know, but average home in the community, 1,200 square foot home, 1,500 square foot home, it's about per month is 1 ton of greenhouse gas. So in a year, you're looking at anywhere 3, possibly 5 tons of greenhouse gas. So using biomass, you're going to be doing a lot of significant amounts of reduction. And here's a little bit of a timeline as I spoke of before. 98 pellet stoves, they're called. Yeah, they just call them pellet stoves. So a lot of them get mixed up with our furnaces. They call the furnaces the new systems we're putting in. The automated, bigger heating units are auto furnaces. A pellet stove is a small, compact unit that's more or less just operates on a small fire with a basic auger feeding it, and there's a small chimney that comes out. 98 of those went in. Other folks took on to get their own pellet stoves as well, different brands. Some of the brands we had they weren't kind of meeting the manufacturer standards, so we had to step back from that particular model. 2019-20, we finished some of the rolling boilers, the bigger systems. Oh, you can't see. Okay. But the next slide will show. The rolling boilers are the big, they're massive BTU, 300,000. They're putting at the high school to offset with the fuel consumption there. So that was really nice to finish those installations off. As well, we did a couple of caddy systems. That's just a combination wood combo systems, high efficiency with them. And then they installed the silo storage, 78 tons, 79 ton storage. It's at the industrial park we have the big silos there. So those are we store our pellets in there, and then we use our truck, fill up the truck, and we're able to distribute our pellets throughout the winter. So that was a big success installation there. They took them a couple of months, and then they had to get the crews in there and the sky cranes. It was a big job for them, and we had a lot of things. We had to calibrate our blower systems and everything like that. And then now we're on the residential Mises furnace systems. There's a picture of the high school. And we put them in the C cans. The reason being is just to bypass the compliance and code and the installation costs with retrofitting directly into the schools and finding a new space or putting an additional space on the structure. So this is how they came with the plan to deliver. It saved a lot of money on the whole project, but they put the boilers in the C can. Everything's there except the piping, the glycol buffer tanks. They basically dig into the existing system at the building, connect the glycol, done. Feed the pellets to the boilers. We have a 50 ton silo in the background. We got so many silos, I get a little bit mixed up. And there's a smaller one. That's the 30 ton, I think. At the school there, behind the junior school. And then they like the cost savings, but we're finding they don't like the maintenance. There's sometimes they're a little bit they kind of slack off on the maintenance there, like boys. But it's that's a new technology, new thing, right? You have to educate them like there's a lot of dust. This dust that's created because there's a lot of everything is taken out of this ash. So the dust is almost like when it's disturbed, it's almost atmospheric. So really high amount of particles can enter your respiratory system. So that is a new safety concern for people using wood pellet biomass. We really have to focus on that respiratory. So our installations now in the future, if they have any type of respiratory in the home, we advise that they don't use the technology. Just the dust from the wood pellets itself, building up in wherever their unit is, to the ash, cleaning out things like that. The ash is considerable to when it touches any moisture, it kind of reacts and it creates a more acidic, corrosive reaction. So they have to be mindful of that. So when you're cleaning, you really gotta take your garments off and clean them and wear masks, a good fine, maybe a N95 or something, or close a half-face mask, as well as some good glasses. And so those are the things we're figuring and finding with the technology. And I just want to mention, this is all new to, nobody's doing this on this scale in Canada. So a lot of this is first time learning for not only us, but other technicians that we work with to do the installations. There's the silo, one of them. We started really at the beginning. We were really laboring and using equipment to get our pellets distributed. There's our silo. I guess this was the first initial setup at our industrial park. So we would manually lift these pellets with bags, open up a strap on the bottom. The pellets would fall in, blow up into the silos, one after another in the cold. Very laboring, and you have to be mindful of the machine, so a little bit dangerous as well sometimes, especially in the elements. There's a nice picture of the truck. I will mention that the truck is a combination unit of built overseas in Europe. The way the system runs with pneumatic air, blown air, feels pressurized. So you're working with a pressurized tank, and then it's gravity as well. So the truck will tilt and use gravity to, meaning that the whole cylindrical system will lift, tilt, and we use, those two methods. And some of the construction, the guys working, building our garage. This is our new setup. We had to change our whole hopper system. The first hopper system was about 4 feet off the ground. This one's about 8 feet high from the ground. They had built a whole new, that transport you're looking at is actually, the rear of the transport is elevated about 4 feet from the front. We had to create an elevation to be able to get the height requirement, because the hopper is bigger. The hopper need to be bigger to handle more pellets and get more up into the silos at a more quantity. The reason being because the system that was previously used was a lot of breakdown was happening from the Air Force velocity hammering the pellets up the pipe. So more pellets, less disruption of breakdown of the pellets will happen. So we had to figure out with all that kind of stuff, viscosities of the pellets, how you had to do these measurements of how the pellets flow. And then they came up with this new system. So it's been working pretty good. So we use a whole walk-in floor now. This trailer is the whole floor, like you can see on top, the door is open. And there's basically pellets that are just, the whole back of the trailer is full of pellets, and the floor moves. And it pushes the pellets out into the hopper. And then we get a continuous flow of pellets filling the silos. So this was a major thing for us, because this doesn't seem like anything, but this was actually really disruptive amongst the units in the whole of Wikwemikong. There was a high quantity of sawdust being built up into the systems, disrupting their burn ratios. More ash was being created. Lots of clogging in the tubes was happening. More cleaning was required in their whole system compared to the previous ways we were using. At first we didn't really notice because we were just using the bags and putting them in. But then after a while, we started to figure things were being the pellets were being contaminated through distribution and with the logistics we had. So we came up with this. It's working. We've been through 4 loads now. That's a great success. A lot of re-engineering went into this, and calibration, and a lot of I gotta give cahoots to he's not working with us anymore, but his name's our operator, Wilson. He helped finish this design. He actually worked with the welder and finished it up, fabricating a lot of the the slopes and changing the slopes. So good work. This is one of our units, the Mises pelt system furnace. So we had to become technicians through trial and error, working with the technicians. A lot of the components in the systems they work with a lot of technology. So everything's measured. There's devices that move the auger is always timed how many revolutions are moving per minute. So there's a lot of things that to learn with the units, but it's not too bad once you figure out the basic knowledge required, and then you hand it to the homeowner. They're kind of really they're pretty happy to own these and operate them, and they feel confident once they figure out. It looks sophisticated and high tech, and there's gears and mechanics happening, but once you see it run, and the heat's different. So you can see on the right here, there's a lot of tubes on the burn chamber. Those are cast iron tubes about a 1/4 inch thick. And this burn chamber could hold heat for about 48 hours after the fire's been extinguished. So really high, long use of time, burning time. And it weigh about 500 pounds. So we got to dismantle this unit, bring the burn chamber separate, and then we put it back together in the basement. So seems scary at the beginning when you see all the electronic stuff and wires laying around and gears tugging apart, but we figure it out, and the guys could do it now in about an hour. And this is how the system looks like when it's together. It's the burn chamber is on the left side, the green kind of cabinet there, and then the right side has the internal storage of pellets and the electronics and auger feeding the fire. That little thing box in the front is ash box. So these furnaces auto clean, meaning they shake and vibrate at certain times in the day for about a minute. They push the ash into the ash box. The ash box you got to empty about twice in a heating season. So maybe in 5 months you empty your ash box, which is pretty impressive because this silo could be 3 tons full of pellets. Over a winter, you could go through, we're seeing numbers 3 to 4 tons in a home. So they empty the ash box maybe twice in a season. So that's you can see the efficiency right there. The amount of wood biomass you're burning and what's left over is 2 boxes of ash compared to if you could see like a wood stove. How many times do you clean a wood stove in a season burning, right? So those are kind of nice things to see and learn. They have they're connected to digital electronic display, so you could go through your whole unit system, see everything that's functioning, the heating, everything from the ignition point, the temperature of the ignition, when the fire is starting, how it's burning. Is there flue gases being passed through the burn chamber properly? You could see that the air that's being put into the chamber, if there's a disruption with the air, or the chimney flue gas, if there's a disruption with the chimney flue gas. So you could see all these readings of what's happening. And you could as well use it as the interface with your smartphones and stuff like that. You hook it up to your Wi-Fi, turn on your heat with your phone, things like that. We had to come up with different installation methods, we could see the round ductwork. A lot of the round ductwork we had to come up with because to fit these tight corners and access points to install these units. And we couldn't use square anymore, so we had to switch to round. And yes, looking good. Kind of the plans and different. This is a installation happening. This is a silo actually being fully it's being filled by the truck. The bag actually blows up, compresses, because the air from the tank is pressurized, so the air is being pressurized into the hose, into the system, and it help get the pellets in the storage. So this is a storage system, and we had to build like steel. Basically, it's a steel shed, right? And you can see the springs and actuators on the left there. So it has to use springs. It helps it when it's lessening the load. It brings the load closer to help funnel the pellets into the intake hose there. A little bit noisy. This is it running, filling. You can't really. Yes, that one. And that one we have is 3.5 ton. So that's like good for a whole over a year in a home. So 3.5 ton, we're averaging price now $400 a ton, 425. So 1,300 bucks to heat your house for like a whole year. 2 tons on a 1,200 square foot home could get you through the winter, like the dead of winter. Like 500 pounds to a ton can last you like from spring, summer to fall, then the cold season. Then that's where you use most of your pellets, right? But yeah, we don't really gauge our pellet usage in the spring or summer. We just the winter, minus 30 or 20. So the pellets, it's about, depending on the housing envelope, if they're homes that are really modernized, or if it's an older, how much they're losing. But a modernized home, you're running about 30 pounds, 24 hours in the winter, which is pretty good. Basically a bag of pellets, one bag. That's a dead cold winter. So $6-7 a day, 24 hours, 100 days, 600-700 bucks. And comparable to fuel, pellets are, the guide is 560 liters of pellets per 1 ton. 560 liters of fuel. That's just a general guide. But that's actually more comparable to 650-700 liters of fuel. We're beating that guide. We're finding out it's, so the numbers are, what is a liter now, right? The fuel, diesel. Was that 220 or 2 something? So quite a bit of savings, right? Before it was, I think it was 40% we were beating. Now it's like 80, at least. We're beating the cost. So people that got the installations, any little bit of complaining they had, they don't complain anymore. So, yeah, they just the dust, right? They weren't expecting the dust. So some folks, the ash, how dirty it was to clean. Because a lot of people, there's a techniques, right? So we got to show them the techniques, what you're going to use. You're going to use your vacuum, what type brushes, minimize the disruption in the air, and you could get through it pretty easily. It's just some of the crew that helped with the first installation of the pellet stove. So, 98 pellet stoves went in. This was the crew. Some of them got this was a big step forward, because we realized that the compliance and code to work with installation, you have to be Wood Energy Transfer Technology certified. What that meaning is these folks had to do the training for the wet, so a lot of money was invested in, or training. The cost was pretty high for the wet training, and a few of them made it. They're fully wet certified. We use one individual with the project now, continuing on the auto furnaces. The other folks kind of work in different capacity or different areas in the community. some of the companies we worked with, Mises, Maine Energy Systems in New York, Maine, New York, stateside. Their company is, well, first of all, they were challenged to take on this technology from across seas, Austria. The owner invested this money and said, we have to try this wood pellet technology here because the fuel cost is too high for us. So they were forced to learn this and do this. They've been at it for well over 10 years with the same systems. So they have service trucks that deliver well over 1,200 homes in the city or the area corridor where they reside. And they have multiple styles of storage units, from everything from bags to steel silos. They home make their own storage systems in their basement. They'll seal off a whole room. They'll connect piping. Their truck will fill it, things like that. So great company. We call them a lot. We were on the phone regularly with them, talking to the technicians, engineers. We had to come up with new engineering installations to accommodate the installation because the home was different. And the height requirements weren't there for the silos, their basements. We had to find the parameters of how to work with these pressurized hoses. You could only bend the hose so much because you'll disrupt the flow of the pellets and it'll cause breakdown of the pellet because it's going around the corner too quick. So there's only all these things you got to look at. And moisture disruption from the basements. Are they older homes? Have their basements been modernized to a lot of homes? They get a lot of water moisture, so that'll cause disruption in the electronics in the furnaces, like a lot of oxidation of things that need to be protected over time if there's a lot of moisture, things like that. So we have to do those in the assessments. A lot of talks with Mises. SBI was the one company we worked with, the pellet stoves. Stove Builders International. They had a couple design stoves that they gave for the project. There was a learning curve there. There was 3 types of units, a couple, and one of them was discontinued, and they changed their design. So yeah, you have to pay attention to the manufacturing specs, what's happening with technologies, focus on the newer things, and save your investments through your own research. So that's going on with us for the future with these units. Right now, Maine Energy, the auto pellet furnace is really good. The Mises system is a little bit different from the boilers. The boilers are, they kind of run just the auger. There's no mechanisms to kind of agitate. They just use basic movers for the ash, and they don't hold the heat as long as compared to with the burn chambers we have with the furnaces. Lockwood is the Hertz pellet manufacturer, and Noble Lumber, Biothermic helped us with the boilers. Just some of the companies here. A&E's our wet. Alternative Energy is our main wet inspector we use for the whole project. Yeah, Trudeau's Plumbing, Salt Bay Electric, yeah, Wabatech, everything. Give you an idea of little things that affect pellet quality. So when we're looking to purchase the pellets, we have to find if the company's abiding by the standard that's out there. There's a Pellet Association of Canada. There is a standard measurement. You can see these ones are well into the 3 inches length, and so those are kind of the pellets we found in the orders in previous times, and caused quite a bit of headaches for us with we were filling up the silos, and then the boiler is trying to suck in pellets. We're wondering why, and what's going on? We have to dismantle the hoses, and we look in the hose, and we're like, we look inside, we could see a pellet crisscrossed, just blocking the way because they're too long, and they just get stopped at the wrong moment and causes disruption with the pellet flows going in. So we have to figure out the methods around that. Now we really talk to the manufacturers. We say, hey, we want you to be really calibrated, high calibration of your equipment in your facility if you're going to take or if we're going to order from you and you're going to take our the future of working. Lots of contaminations, wood chunks. One company, there was a lot of like debris from like wood, just either it's from the other load that was in the truck previously, and then they fill it up with pellets, and there's a little bit leftovers. So we got to tell them, like, keep your truck clean. We need it clean. Really quality. It's all about the steps of transporting. We speak to all of them now. Everyone that handles the pellets. Lots of things happen through this project. Someone mentioned Doug Ford earlier, but politics, change in government. When Doug Ford came in, there was a little bit of delay with the projects because they were looking at different things for Ontario, and we had a little bit of delay, but we were able to get the support from the governments to continue the wood pellet project. So, yeah, like I spoke of earlier, our recruitment things are assessments is a big challenge as well. We have to now. I'm fully aware now to the assessment procedures with the technicians. We've been through it for the last 2 years. So now instead of hiring the technician or the contractor to come in, do an assessment of 10 homes, I just do it now. Take pictures, ductwork. I measure their existing chimney. Do they need a new chimney? Basement space. How is their home? Is their home the structures of their home well? Their stairwell. Is there height? Is there electrical panel needs updating? Things like that. So a lot of pictures, send it to the contractors. They say, yeah, it looks good. Or now it's just like, I just go through everything. I say, yeah, it's a good installation. We'll go forward. The training, just the homeowner. Are they willing to learn? You have to separate the folks. It's not like you're trying to be, you're judging them or nothing, but some people are just they're kind of vulnerable to this new change. You got to identify their vulnerabilities of, could this actually be a hazard for them to have this installed and running in their home? These systems do take in, they do can produce carbon monoxide if there's a disruption with the burn. People in one house, there's air intake and they closed the air. Their smoke alarms went off. The carbon monoxide, they got really scared. Found out there was one of the kids in the family stuck a blanket or towel in the air intake, and caused a little bit of family grief. A little scare for the family, so now we have a procedural thing. We'll educate them. Do not block the air intake. Things, very simple things, but important. So we have to. That's continuing education and training. Communication, ongoing like this, events like this, and the COVID delays was just everything. There was so much problems with COVID. This whole project got delayed now, I think, a year and a half because of COVID. Manufacturing supplies, chimney supplies, everything. Yeah, there's our silos. Chimigwech. I still got. Oh, we're running out of time, eh? Or maybe tomorrow, I think. Or during lunch, we'll put on. I have a video, project video. Mitch, you could come up like this, kind of long, or 5 after. But the project video will play tomorrow. And we got a special guest as well, a pilot that worked in the rescue and evacuations in the north due to climate change. So we got a guest speaker tomorrow. That's kind of a surprise one. But she came up with her PowerPoint, and she's willing to present. So that'll be tomorrow. There'll be a couple of surprises tomorrow. And we do have door prizes. Sterling. Do we have one for today? Okay, we have the documented everyone that came in. So we're gonna put we'll put together. We have 3 prizes: solar kits, a couple of solar kits, and everything. Okay, come on, Luke. You want me to take this straight out now?
Sure, you can have a question.
No, we're beating it by approximately 80%, the whole cost of like actually ordering pellets and the heat that's produced in the home. Comparable to diesel, you're like, it's like, what if a 220 was like 80%? I think 70, yeah. Because we're finding out the actual heat guideline is being surpassed. The pellets are actually beating that, yeah, so, and it depends on their home envelope. If it's modernized, really tight home, like they go further, the heat.
All right, thank you, Sue, for providing an overview of the energy plan as well as the biomass project and seeking to try to get vertical integration into pellet productions and use in the community. So with that, we're running out of getting into time for the next presentation here, and we'll call up Mitch Soulier to provide an overview of a solar boat project.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I'll just a quick, like 3 seconds.
You want to say something? Yeah, okay.
I thought it worth mentioning that me and Mitch been communicating before we even met each other for about a year and some. They contacted me and Wiki. He had a project design for his education degree in mechanical engineering. So we've been communicating over the last, it's like 2 years now, eh?
Yeah.
And talking about how he's going to get everything from the components, what components, ideas, what to look at. And then things started, he created and made the contacts, and we spoke a lot, and now it's at the phase of it's going to be a project launched in the community, and yeah, he's a great young guy, and you know, should enjoy the show.
Thanks for having me. So I'll just get started. So, my name is Mitchell Soulier Lamb. I don't know if many people know me, so I'll introduce myself further. I just finished my 3rd year of mechanical engineering at U of T, and I just got back from vacation, There's a photo of me and my mom, Sarah Jane. And there's some of my other family members. On the far right, that's my brother, Noah Sulir Lamb. He's a police officer in Wiki. And there I am beside him, and there's my sister, my father, and there's my brother's wife who lives with him. I think I had a little bit more of a script. So I was born in Barrie, and I was raised in Whitby, which is just an hour east of Toronto, and I'm currently living in Toronto. And I take a special interest in sustainability and clean energy production. And I guess I'm kind of following in my mother's footsteps a little bit, because last summer I did work with Hydro One as well. Yeah, I kind of hope to, sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of hope to create a positive impact throughout my career, and I guess just throughout my life. I guess most people, that's kind of what people like to do, is to have a good legacy. And I'm super young, so I want to get started soon. So, yeah, I guess in 2021, I think I saw an ad for a program that had, at the beginning, it was $10,000 worth of funding for basically any clean energy project. And I looked at Wiki, and I decided, like, I wanted to, I guess, donate it or put the project towards the community in some way. And a lot of other people who are part of this program developed greenhouses. And I looked at Wiki, and they already had a greenhouse. And because Wiki is on an island, it's, I believe Manitoulin Island is the largest freshwater island in, I think, all of the world. So I figured I would do something with boats. I'm interested in motorcycles, but there's, I don't think there's much you can do, and the technology's not quite there yet. So I had an idea to do something with boats, and I looked at all the renewable and clean energy production methods that are available, and I kind of went through everything, and there were some ideas were good, some ideas weren't good. Like a boat that runs off of like tidal power doesn't make sense, and a boat that runs off of wind power is just a sailboat. So I wanted to do something that's kind of, I guess, different, but still cutting edge and doable for a 20-year-old. So I decided to do a solar-powered boat, and initially we had $10,000, so I figured something that was the size of a canoe with some small roof and some small motor would work. And slowly there was more funding, and I did more research, and we ended up with $30,000 a while ago. And because my projects has been taking a long time, and the people at Imagination also want to see me succeed, we're at $40,000 now. And I've been trying to get in contact with some people with the high school to see if they would be interested in supporting this. And if I were to donate it, it would probably go to the high school so that they can use it for excursions or trips, or just to learn about boating or solar power or electricity or engineering or safety, materials, design processes. There are seemingly endless opportunities with this, and I have pretty much secured all the funding for the project. I have been kind of sitting on it for almost 2 years now. So the Imagination program, I think currently there are 12 teams, so it's across Canada. There's been lots of mentorship and coaching, and it's been so far successful. So this is in partnership with Indigenous Clean Energy, Student Energy, and 7Gen. You can look those up later. Yes, next slide. So every time I want to look at a boat online, there's been hiccups and slow, I guess, slowdowns in that. Every time you want to buy a used boat, it's only on the market for like maybe a month before it gets bought. And every time I want to buy something, someone from Imagination or someone around me decides to give me good advice, which is good, and that I should get it inspected first, or I should talk to the school first, so that way I don't spend all my money on something that people don't actually want and get stuck with something that potentially I might not want. I don't exactly have the space to store a 16-foot pontoon boat. So this one is online. I just looked at this recently. There's a person who I guess owns a company called the Boat Wholesaler. And it seems like in Ontario, this guy has the largest amount of pontoon boats that are used. It's a 16-foot pontoon rated for 7 people. It's about 14 grand, but we did put it in our budget to spend more money on it, up to 20,000. So as for the amount of people, the boats often range, and I'm not sure, I guess because I'm wanting to give it back to the high school, I kind of would like their as in the high school's input or the community's input on really what you think is a good idea. Obviously, a pontoon that is only rated for 1 person isn't really realistic. 7 people, I guess, seems fine. So that's an example of a boat that I might pick. But these types of boats come and go. And the project right now is, I guess, technically still in its planning phase. I'm supposed to be talking with Nimki later, who works with the high school. It's been a long time coming, and I'd like to, and the Imagination people would like to see the project come into fruition. Yeah, so some of the technical stuff. There's a German company called Torqeedo that developed, I guess it's technically cutting edge technology, because a lot of the big companies in Canada and North America have yet to develop large wattage electric motors. And if they do, they're for these huge yachts that are super expensive and definitely out of scope of this project. There's a 5 kilowatt hour lithium battery that's what they use these days, it's one of the most efficient type of batteries in terms of space saving as well as, I guess, electricity. And there's a quote from one of the people I've met at the Toronto Boat Show purchase the Torpedo equipment. It kind of comes in one big package. And in that list, there's only one battery. And if you can read that, it says $6,900. These things aren't cheap. It costs as much as the motor, which is also insane. And so our total runs up to about $20,000. There's also solar panel controllers and chargers so that you can also charge the boat onshore as well as, I guess, use the solar panels, so you're not totally reliant on solar power, although if you would choose to, you could use that. So there's some examples of some solar panels. I learned at the Toronto Boat Show that there's like many different types, and at the end of the day, you kind of want to get the most wattage for your dollar. So there's monocrystalline solar panels. There's these bifacial, which means that the sun goes through and hits the boat and reflects back onto the other side, which seems interesting, but I don't know if the plan is to use aluminum roofing, and so I guess I need to figure out if the regular solar panels work better or if it's more cost efficient or that type of thing. But a lot of my research, I guess, has been reinforced by someone that I found out about last summer. There's a man named Phil Boyer. He's like this really old engineering type of guy. He lives in Napanee, and he's been spending like the past couple of years building this homemade boat. So it's a solar-powered catamaran boat, and it's all wooden. And he designed it in a way that it kind of cuts through the water super efficiently. And I'm not sure if a pontoon boat can do the same thing, although it seems pretty similar. He's got 1,500 watts of solar panels connected to 10 kilowatt battery bank, which is twice the size of one of those batteries. Although he kind of did it all himself, he put the battery cells together, which makes it more difficult. And I don't know if that can be safety certified. At the end of the construction and before I donate it, I would like to get it safety certified by Transport Canada, just to make sure it's safe and I guess the transfer of ownership is smooth. So Phil Boyer, last summer, it was last August, he went up the Trent Severn Waterway and he came back down, and he was the first person to do the there and back trip. I think he mentioned that there was like 3 other trips that only made it one way, but he did it twice. He's got an 18-foot catamaran, and his average speed was 8 to 9 kilometers an hour, which is slow. It took him like a month to do it. And he has kind of, I guess, blazed the path, and it is a proof of concept that solar panel boats work, although they're not, I guess, as useful as gas power. But he does say that when he passes by certain boats, he really recognizes that. It's like the difference between a smoker and a non-smoker. You really recognize when you get a whiff of the gas fumes. You realize that, 100% solar power is no emissions when you're driving it. So you aren't really leaving behind anything, and I think that kind of speaks to some of my indigeneity. Is like you're supposed to leave the land, I guess, the way you found it, or leave it in a better state. And so I think that's kind of what I hope to do with this project. I had a couple web pages open. I think I got like 15-ish minutes. I do have questions at the end. That's what this slide is, but I'll see what my web pages are before I get into that. So yeah, it was weird to kind of do a lot of this research, and it's slow to get in contact with certain people, and different leads you realize don't turn out. And I did get a lot of information though. So I'm kind of confident that it's possible, and I've seen it be, real. And when I went to the Toronto Boat Show, solar panels are kind of becoming a newer thing. And there's this one company, Marine Solar Innovations, that sells solar panels, and one of the biggest companies that creates them is Sun Power. Although they do say that Solbian are the world's highest conversion, and that's new. I haven't seen that yet. Here's the imagination page. That's what this program is funded by. There I am in the middle. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Thank you for telling me. There I am in the middle. Look up imagination. I think this is like if you have kids or grandkids, this could be something that you might want to look into. If your kids are techie or they like clean energy. Here's Phil Boyer's trip. Although on this website it says his average speed was 6.2 kilometers an hour, which I think is kind of realistic for my pontoon boat idea. Because it's such a big boat, the more energy you use, it's you get smaller returns the more energy you use. So to be energy efficient, you have to go slower, which is unfortunate, but it's just the reality of modern time. Through this program, I've gone through 3 phases of budget revision. And the last one was forecasted at 61,000. And right now we're at 40,000, and I just got an email recently from one of the program managers that said that if I were to partner with the school, the boat and the Torpedo equipment that costs 20,000, and the boat that costs between 14 to 20,000 would be, I guess, covered by indigenous clean energy. And that is a lot of money that I hope the school realizes is something that's good. Um, there's my project. I'll just leave it on a picture of a boat. I guess Sue or Nimki, if you could stand up here with me. These guys have been helping me throughout this, and I'm very grateful. I could answer questions kind of about the idea of the boat, it's good to see you too.
I'll come and stand up with you, support you.
So I guess when I want to donate the boat, I hope it's used by the high schoolers or the kids or the youth, to kind of spark an interest in like what I said, engineering or electricity or clean energy, solar panels, boating, whatever it is, because I am one of like very, 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 very few engineers at U of T, and over COVID, you can't really communicate with people. So I never really even knew that there were other Indigenous people in engineering at U of T, and it kind of made me sad. And then second and third year, I kind of was able to find my crew, and even then, it's still like super small, like maybe less than 15-ish people who are identifying as Indigenous at U of T engineering. So it does feel like there's kind of a calling for me to get more Indigenous people into engineering and into these STEM careers that are not only highly profitable, but also the career paths and what you can do with your, I guess, degree are very wide, and you can even come back to your community and help out in some way, which is like what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help a little bit. So yeah, I would like to make things better. I've been a part of like different student groups and the Indigenous Students Association at U of T, and I'm a part of the Engineers Without Borders Indigenous Reconciliation portfolio, and we used to hold meetings, and people at U of T would ask me questions about, residential schools and all this Indigenous trauma, and I have to like ask them like, how do you not know? How do you really not know about anything? And yeah, so I'd like to see more indigeneity succeed. I would like to see Indigenous people succeed. Nimki, would you like to talk about, I don't know, the school
Sure.
or the land-based learning aspect?
Sure. So first, Chimigwech to Mitchell for approaching us with this fantastic idea. And just as Mitchell was saying, there is almost a lack of our First Nation students going into the STEM areas, right? Science, technology, math, engineering. And it's something that we're always looking to promote. We're always looking to support. And, the ability for us to link that kind of learning to something that is so innate to us as Nishnabek, which is being on the water, right? Having a boat, living on an island, right? And utilizing this form of transportation in ways that support our community is, very Indigenous, right? I mean, that's the way to be in Anishinaabe, right? And so, we're excited about having this opportunity. the linkages that something like this provides us at the high school are numerous. So everything from, a simple introduction to technology course that talks about the design process, that talks about different kinds of manufacturing, different kinds of engineering. There's multiple ways that a project like this can engage students. We've got a very successful robotics team, right, where we're then able to make linkages about, control systems, right, power systems, right, the linking of these things. If there's any kind of programming that needs to occur in order for us to do the solar controller, losing my terminology here, but the processes with which we need to engage the technology and communicate to each other. There's coding, right? There's even, in the most basic, and this is where I think we'll need to speak a little bit more, is, what is the design brief about? What is it that we need, right? You've spoken about this. And one of the things that we're constantly in need of is a boat that is specifically designed to support our on-the-water activities at the high school level, right? So we're not doing wakeboarding, we're not out there water skiing, we're not doing bass fishing where we've got to go from one place to the other fast as possible. What we do need is a boat that is going to be able to get kids out of the water safely when we're doing canoe training. We need a boat that is going to be able to travel with us when we're doing expeditions. I can see Norm at the back. He has spent countless hours, countless kilometers, just cruising along beside a canoe or a bunch of canoes as we've done an expedition just to make sure that we're safe. So the project as you've outlined it, right, a boat that is only going to be able to go, 8, 9 kilometers an hour top speed, 6 kilometers an hour most of the time, that's plenty. I don't want to paddle that fast, right? Like that's going to just wear us out. We're traveling, 5 kilometers an hour on a good day. So there's plenty of opportunity. I think it's an idea that can really resonate with the students, and anything that we can get our students to buy into by placing their hands, by putting their heart into something, leads to success. It doesn't mean they all have to become engineers, but it does mean that they've got another thing that they're proud about, another thing that they can look at as a success, and another thing where they're going to be able to share those stories with others and say, look at us, look at our people, right? Much like the design of the canoe or the snowshoe or the equipment that we use, for fishing. These are indigenous innovations. It's a success, and we have that ability in our students and in our people to be at the frontier of these things, and to link it with sustainability is absolutely the way we go. So I myself am going to do as much as I can to help make this happen. I just came here from the board office, tried to drag down the systems principal. They're always doing systems principal things. But we've got a big block of time laid out for you to come and have a meeting with us within the next few days. So we're going to make that space for you. Are there any questions about what we might utilize a boat like this for? Mr. Trudeau. Miigwech, Mr. Trudeau. Well said. Absolutely, I agree. The importance of celebrating, our engineering accomplishments, can't be said enough. It is a part of the way that we do things. The big canoe build that we did several years ago, I was lucky enough to have Roman there to help build it, and we put into that as much of ourselves, and the community and the culture as we could, and I have no doubt that that will continue, and we'd absolutely be pleased to have a mentor like yourself to come and assist this, and we should make sure that that's part of it, to have community knowledge keepers. Any other questions or assistance that you might require? I'd just like to say how much I'm looking forward to it. To not have a big smelly fossil fuel powered boat idling along beside us as we've just completed days of paddling through clean waters and clean airs would be fantastic. So we're looking forward to the future. Miigwech, Mitchell.
Yeah. I guess I'll just say thanks for that comment. I think it's in its idea phase, and it needs to be molded by the community, and it needs to be the creation of the community. We need Indigenous engineers to work on this, and we need their knowledge, and it's the project isn't for me. It's for I'm trying to, I guess, merge the two worlds, the science and the Indigenous, the two-eyed seeing, I guess. But if anyone wants to input their ideas or really anything, they can come talk to me, and I'll try to get Sue to send out some type of information about this, and so that we can get community engagement. Just because, I don't know if it's what we really need is a boat, but it seems like a nice idea, is the thing. Okay, I'll let you guys go. Thanks for listening.
What a great project by one of our young Wikwemikong Nishnave Ninas. Give them a big round of applause. Yeah, I was telling Nimki we should power up that 30-foot canoe with the technology, the solar technology. might need to offset the weight of the operator.
He's scared we're going to make him paddle it again.
Yeah. And he was taking a jab at me of pulling up beside him in the canoe with my pontoon boat. But a great project. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of whichever floating craft that you end up designing, and looking forward to seeing it in the waters and celebrating the success once it's completed. So we wish you all the best in that, Mitchell, and wish you well in attaining your degree when you do. Yep. And you too, Nimki, Miigwech, Sue, for mentoring. Yep. So that presentation concludes our day here for today. And we'll be reconvening at 9 a.m. tomorrow, sharp. I promise, someone will turn the heaters